all the way around to Salvatore. Needs a little bit of love, but not with 8 deuce, and Eros with the 9 deuce. We know what's happening there. But look at this, pocket nines for Jocks. We know some more chips are coming in. We just don't know if it's going to be a call or a 3-bet. That was a 3-bet reach. It doesn't necessarily mean he will be 3-betting, but the way he grabbed those chips does opt to call, playing it safe. A little bit of pot control as well, playing this hand out of position. And not the flop that Jocks wants to see, but Maros in heaven. Obviously a Jack-10 would spell bad news for Maros, but top 2 looking super strong. And this is the kind of flop you want to see with Ace-King. And you can't really be slow playing this kind of flop because it's still slightly wet. So you need to bet it now. And Maros continuing for 450. And Jocks with the easy fold with the 9s. It would have been more difficult for him on, let's say, a King 7-3 board where he's maybe peeling one street and taking it from there. But with 3 overcards to his 9s, Jocks didn't even think about a card snap in the muck facing a small bet. In a vacuum, Carlos, I fully agree with you that it is a good spot to 3-bet, but we don't know how Maros played when it was 9 left down to 8, and that was literally the first pot he played, and he opened from under the gun. So the Ace-King seems like it could even be stronger, that he could be doing that with a pocket pair higher than 9s. So I do not mind the call there, depending on what his thought process was. Plus, these guys have made it so far, more than 2,200 runners to make it to the final 8. Marcello with the ducks. This is poker fashion at its finest. Do love the ensemble. Opening to 675, but Masi waking up with the ladies. Masi Ferro taking his time. Perhaps calculating his 3-bet. Perhaps he's just trying to wait a little bit for when he really has decisions, so he's balancing that. But it is a 3-bet incoming. Looks like it will be a, well, we'll see what it is. So not a massively sized 3-bet. And then we have a jam by Salvatore. He's waking up with Big Slick, so we have some fireworks. Marcello will likely get out of the way. Massimo is priced into call even if he didn't have the queens, I believe. Jocks quickly folding that King Jack. Maros is not going to fool around with 10-4. Marcello getting out of the way, and a chip in the pot by Masi. So it's Masi versus Salvatore, the classic coin flip ace-king versus queens. And Salvatore is at risk. The Malta Poker Fish Facebook group is likely on their pins and needles, hoping that Salvatore wins the coin flip. And so far, so good for the queen. So Salvatore needs some help after the 3-7-10 two-spade flop. He has the backdoor flush draw over Massimimos, the king of spades against the queen. And it's an ace of spades on the turn, so he pulls out ahead, plus has that flush draw on top, but just has to fade those 2 red queens. And it's the 5 of hearts on the river. Salvatore doubling up his short stack. Meanwhile, Massimiliano down to 15 million, still plenty of chips with about 50 big blinds. So Salvatore back in business. Does call Malta his home. Pretty much whenever I'm in Portomasso Casino, I do walk by him. So a very familiar face as well. So the blinds have now gone up to 200,000, 400,000. At least for now, they will increase every hour. That may change later on. Has done okay with the small ball so far. Nobody waking up with anything until Eros with the ace, our chip leader at the table. Weighing up his options. Played a little bit with Yuso today and maybe on some of the other days as well. Does indeed fold, and I expect Jocks to fold as well, and he does. Maros getting rid of his cards, but Andrea ready to do something with the Ducks. Does defend his big blind. Already 2.2 million in the pot. Yuso, not the worst flop for him at all. Flopping top pair and the nut flush draw to boot. So even if he winds up building a stack and is up against a hand like King Queen, he does have that flush draw possibility. We see, though, Andrea won't be messing around unless the two likely comes in the river. It's possibly tries to take a stab at it if Yuso continues to slow play his hand. And now Yuso is going to try to get some value. And unless Andrea is ready to make some moves, there's a good chance that this gets mucked even to a bet of 800,000, 1/3 of the pot. And what do I know? We do get a call by Andrea. And this will at least slow down Yuso, but is Andrea going to take a stab? He was calling, thinking maybe he has a chance of being ahead, but he will get the bad news that he was up against Ace-Jack. And Yuso now near 20 million. I have to say that I know probably close to 1,000 Finnish players, and Yuso was not one of them. But he's had a good run this week. So we're being asked what the prize pool is. We had 2,237 entries create a 1,011,840 prize pool. So squeak past that 1 million guarantee. And now the time is here. The mission is clear, down to just 8 hopefuls in the hunt for the title. The 144,100 euro top prize. And we have a Sif in the chat too. I do not have the answer to that question, but perhaps Supernova does, about whether you can play even the free roll on mobile. But today's free roll is something special. It's not just $500. Now, $500 is a lot of money, but it is a 5,500 prize pool with the top player, the winner of that free roll, going home with a package to the Party Poker Millions Dublin from October 31st to November 5th, valued at $5,000. So quite a nice package, and includes a buy-in to the 3,000 buy-in Party Poker Millions, along with 2,000 allotted for accommodation and spending money.
Because you can see how slim I am, I really like to walk around.
So Party Poker TV right on top of things. Asif needing some help learning about the filters. Asif, if you're in the building, you can see one of the Party Poker people. They'll be happy to help you out with your mobile client. I do love the look and feel of Party Poker's mobile client. But I have to say, I'm not a big mobile player myself. I like to have a big screen going. I like to have multiple things happening. Occasionally, if I have to go out and I'm playing something, that's when I pull out the mobile, but everybody does it differently. There's some that only play on mobile, and that's the beauty of online poker, especially at Party Poker. You can play on any device you want. Folding around to our chip leader, Eros, with the ace tray. Firing out for a min raise. The pink chips are worth $500,000, the blue ones worth 100,000, and those orange ones are worth 25K apiece. Benelli calling from the button with King Queen. And we'll see how sticky Marcello is. Is he going to defend? He looks a bit frustrated. Does still have 25 big blinds. Doesn't need to force the action and does indeed fold. Seven, 5, 3 flop, 2 diamonds. Nobody with diamonds in their hand. Eros connecting with his 3. Was ahead even before that, but may not have recognized that when Andrea called from the button. May not even think he is ahead now, too. But he will find out pretty soon. Ready for a continuation bet, and not a big one. It looks bigger than I thought. It's 900,000, so a little more than a third of the pot. And now Andrea with the decision to make with his 2 overcards, with ICM factors as well. Does get out of the way, so Eros now getting some chip backs and adding even a few more, and is at an all-time high, at least since the TV table started, of 26 million chips. Welcome, Tommy Jerry. Welcome, Typio. And welcome, Party Poker TV, whoever is behind that screen name. I have a feeling I know who it is, so hello to Colette. And if it's not you, Colette, hello to whoever is operating that account today. A min raise by Jocks from middle position with a raggedy ace. Folding all the way around to Masi in the big blind. And a walk for Jocks. When you have ace-5 and you open, you never mind a walk. So funny, Mamba, Matt Staples is not playing this one. He will be joining us, I believe, very shortly. And will stay with us until he will be entering the final side event of the Party Poker Live Millions Malta. He is still hunting for a trophy, wants to go home with some hardware, did have a nice 4th place finish in the 3,000 buy-in millions for about 33,000, perhaps 34,000. I can look up the exact amount. But a nice payday for Matt in that, but no trophy, and the trophy is what he wants. Maros sitting on 17 big blinds with the king-jack from middle position. The under the gun +2 seems to be where players have been opening the last few hands. Let's see if Maros continues the trend. And Maros is continuing the trend. It looks like for a min-raise, Andrea folding his ace-5. Yuso getting out of the way as well with 10-9. Marcello with a quick fold with the jack-9. So now the action is moving along. We had some players thinking for a little time, and who can blame them, to be fair. But we now have Salvatore with the king-jack as well. And he does not have a lot of chips. He did get a double up from his minuscule stack into a short stack, but just 12 big blinds, including the one that is in front of him. Very patched up is Salvatore. 2 party poker patches, 1 high bet patch. And Mr. Patches does fold, so Maros with the same hand as Salvatore, just took an open from under the gun +2, adds 1 million to his stack. We have lost, by the way, our wonderful dealing duo of Alex and Alexandria, but we have 2 equally as good dealers here now. We have Francesca now. You likely saw Gaetano later. And speaking of Matt Staples, who we were just talking about moments ago, guess who just walked into the booth ready to join me is the man, the myth, the legend. Welcome, Matt. He's putting on his headset, so we'll welcome Matt now.
Back in the booth. How's it going, Jason?
It's good. It's definitely now we have regular ICM going on. We do not have the madness that we had yesterday during the mystery bounty.
That's good. We needed some balance. I feel like we got all the madness out last night, so that's good. So I'm joining it a little bit late, so I'm not gonna assume too much about these players right off the bat. Maybe I could start to learn as the table goes on, but how's it been so far?
It's been good. It's been on the tight side. We've had Jocks 3-bet a couple times. But other than that, it's been pretty much standard as what you would expect to see when there's 8 experienced players remaining at the table. But meanwhile, here we go. Right away, we have some action. We have Yuso opening with a min-raise, a Finnish local player, and Marcello 3-betting to 2.2 million with the 9s from the cutoff, and Eros, who is the chip leader at the table, very experienced player, feeling he needs to drop his ace-queen, and this is why 3-bets are very good. You get some of those hands out of the way that would maybe be 3-betting themselves or at least peeling from the blinds. And Yuso now not snap doing anything. Everybody loves Jack-10 suited, but I do not love playing Jack-10 suited out of position necessarily against a player who just 3-bet me off a 10 million stack.
Let's go.
So well done there by Marcello. Gets Jack-10 suited to fold and that ace-queen. Picks up an extra 1.8 million into his stack just like that. You're getting some shout outs in here. So Dave Cote saying, hi, Matty Ice. Carlos the Great, welcome, Matt. And of course, Supernova with the hello, Matt, with your famous lamps.
The lamps, yeah, the famous lamps. Good to see everyone in the chat. I should share that we're live in the booth here.
I should be sharing this as well. Maybe I share your post today. I think that's a good way of going about it.
Well, I'm hoping that Party Poker put out a post, and I can just share that.
That's what I did yesterday. Because in addition to commentating, I'm a little bit behind the scenes before we start as well, so I get a little bit busy. So an open for 950. We haven't seen this sizing yet, and it's with 7-4 suited from early position. Such a tricky player, Benelli. Let's see if Yuso is buying the story or not. He can actually put some pressure on Andrea, even with weaker holdings, just because right now nobody has left the 8 max official final table, and it is a 3-bet to 2.5 million.
Quite like the 3-bet with the ace-10 suited, especially if he knows that Andrea's gonna open up wide. Is that Andrea's MO?
I haven't seen that from him, but he is a very experienced player that probably has a lot of tools in his toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
And our Argentinian Jocks needs to fold once it's 3-bet. And Benelli, let's see how he plays this. Is he going to basically try to sell a story this entire hand, or just give up right here, which is the safer play? And does give up on the hand. It's an interesting move from under the gun +1. You have to have a really tight table, I think, for that to be a good play with ICM in mind, but maybe I am missing something there, Matt.
Well, I think if you assume that your table is going to be looking at this final table like it's super big, maybe tightening up a little bit, you can sometimes try to sneak a couple extra opens from early position because people are going to overfold. I don't know if 7-4 is really making it in very often. I think that's overdoing it a bit, but I think experienced players, good players, might try to chip up from early position as well.
And it might make a little bit of a difference that we are on a 1-hour clock, so it's not going to be all of a sudden the blinds are 300, 600,000 and it just blew off some of your stack and you don't have that ability to do later. He is still on 22 big blinds, which is plenty. Are we getting a new button?
No, it's mine.
So let's see, maybe the button is the wrong place. But Jocks was in the big blind the last time, so this makes sense to me that the button is in the right place. Okay, so everything is good. We were just confirming that. Better to be safe than sorry.
You saw it or not? Of course. Because I saw my cards, I want this team, so that's why I asked.
Well, that's not fair, looking at your cards and then asking for a misdeal.
Salvatore was the first person on my left at this festival, this Millions festival. Sat down, he was on my left, he was very chirpy. That's the word I would use. He was very chirpy. He was very animated. It's cool to see that he made this big final table.
He is well liked here in Malta by the
Is
Malta
he?
poker community. He does live here. I mean, not everybody's going to like everyone, but in general, he is well liked.
I'm not sure how he felt about me. Young Canadian kid sitting next to him, got the Team Pro patch on. I had no idea what he was saying next to me, of course, but I don't know.
He has a little bit of a competitive spirit to him as well.
And that's good. That's good.
So Jocks with the ace-9. Folds, interesting, off a button open.
I mean, they're 1 and 2 in chips, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
You can wait for a better spot, but before, like, I think he's just balancing a little bit his 3-betting.
Yeah, and maybe choosing very carefully which sort of hands he wants to get involved in 3-bet pots. Maybe not an offsuit ace like that. Maybe he's going to take some more suited hands that can play a bit better post-flop because, yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a hand you'd want to get into it with the ICM. Not that it's not going to work often, but...
Because you could also actually turn the tables when you're in position on the big stack and actually apply pressure to them. Because Eros can't afford to lose a big pot to Jocks either and lose all that power he has at the table right now. But then that's where these leveling wars happen, and then people get in trouble eventually.
The leveling starts. But the at the end of the day, with both players able to put pressure on each other, the bigger stack that's in position is always going to be favored. You can't really get around that. So.
Very true.
Yeah.
It's Yusa's turn with the ace-9, but he is under the gun. Quickly folds it. And Masi taking his time at the 7-5, but folding it not too long after. And Salvatore, who doubled up his really tiny stack before, looking for that second opportunity, not with 6-3 though. Eros folding his king-6, but I don't know if Jocks is going to fold his queen-6 from the button in an unopened pot. Doesn't look like he wants to anyway. Jocks came over from Argentina as one of the passport holders, Matt.
Wow.
And it's been with a wide smile all week long. And so it's amazing to see him at the final table with a second place stack nonetheless.
Well, it's great that the trip paid off for him.
So Jocks does fold. Maros opting to limp his weak ace. Benelli checking back his option with 7-5, 2 live cards. And one of those live cards came on the 4-Jack-5 flop with 2 diamonds. Nobody with diamonds in their hand, and it's going to be Maros first to act. Does have a gut shot to the wheel, may think his ace is good. He's not really in a position, though, to be pumping up the pot per se, but does want the pot as it is now, so it puts him in a weird spot. So I think that went check-check. I don't think Benelli folded to a check, and now Benelli, it looks like, improved to 2 pair on the turn, but we'll see it come up in the graphics, but I think we saw a 7 of clubs.
That's what I saw, yeah.
So this time Maros checks, but Benelli has different things in mind, feeling very good about his hand at this point. Curious how big that bet was, but I don't think it should matter too much unless it was something like a min bet, but it looked like to be a bit more than that. That was around the min bet, maybe 475. So Maros maybe thinking he has some showdown value at 3 would make things a bit easier for him, but instead it's the 9 of hearts on the river. Is Benelli going to try for some super thin value And if he does, is Maros going to call with really a bluff catcher that may not even be a bluff catcher?
I think big here is quite good. It's about half pot.
Very often when you're betting small, you can smell out the value, and when it's big, then it kind of brings more bluffs into the range of the bet. At least that's what I perceive a lot when I'm playing both live and online without any reads. That a bigger bet is far more polarizing than a smaller bet.
I mean,
it depends on the player, obviously.
I think when you're sitting here with your bluff catchers, like I would be thinking about, what about all the 6x hands, the 3x hands, the 8x hands, all these sorts of bluffs that don't get there. There's a lot of hands that are value, there's a lot of hands that are bluffs, so it's kind of nice to put in a big bet and put your opponent to the test, but...
And does call with his bluff catcher, only to get the bad news. Benelli reading the situation quite well, and Matt completely on target here. So Maros, nice try with the bluff catcher there, but wasn't going to work. But I guess there were enough sixes, enough diamonds. The problem with going for the diamonds, you might still be bluffing and have a small piece of the board. Just because ace high is a bluff catcher, people are technically bluffing with things like bottom pair to get out second and third pair at times from out of position. But he was in position, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I think a bluff catch like that is you're gonna be right sometimes. I would say. I think you're definitely gonna be right sometimes. I don't know if you're gonna be right enough. Is kind of how I would look at that. I don't think the call is gonna be ever terrible and ever amazing, you know. But unfortunately, not right this time.
He has enough chips to mount a comeback, and thank you, Francesca, for the last session of dealing, and we have the amazing Gaetano pitching the cards now. We have not seen Gaetano at the TV table too much this week, if at all. But I have seen Gaetano around many times here over the years. That is right, Nightbot. The round-the-clock free rolls continue. So once an hour, there is a password-free, so no password required free roll that you all can play. The prize pools are usually about $100, sometimes $200. But free money is free money. You can have some fun playing poker, no risk at all, so it really is all fun. And it gives you a little bit of warm-up for the real free roll coming up with the 5,500 prize pool, including a package to Party Poker Live Millions Dublin from October 31st to November 5th at the Intercontinental Dublin. I'll be there, and I'm trying to convince Mr. Staples over here to maybe come along for the ride. When he wins the trophy tonight, maybe he'll say, well, I already have a trophy. I'll stay in Canada and do my grind, but maybe he'll be hungry still for the elusive Party Poker Live trophy.
Well, the online streets might be a little bit quiet. You know, a lot of things are wrapping up right now. So if it's a quiet month online, who knows? That might be the move for me. I already feel like I need redemption after my main event run. I've been having flashbacks and losing sleep over the final table the last couple days. So.
Do you think you did anything that you would do differently in hindsight at the final table? Not from a results-oriented point of view, because that's very easy, but from approaching the same spots again in the future?
I didn't have a lot of interesting hands, but I think my final hand, I would fold. So.
Is that a results-oriented comment, though, or
no?
like
I don't think it is.
Through
it's
the situation.
No, it's not results-oriented, because it's definitely not results oriented because I know my hand is never like it's not super good, right? Like I know regardless of if I won or lost that hand, it's not a super good hand. It's a borderline hand, and you know, taking borderline hands in big spots that don't come around very often is a very dangerous way to play, especially if you're not playing against like superstars. You know, if you feel like you have an edge and you can usually make up that EV later. So I would do the last hand differently, but I guess I'll just have to wait till my next live 3K final table with 90K up top.
In Dublin, you're a 3K live specialist.
Yeah.
So we have an open here by Jocks, our passport holder for 800,000. And the very difficult Andrea Benelli, perhaps thinking about doing something with 7-3. Perhaps misread his cards, or perhaps the reader is misreading the cards because it's a long time to be thinking with 7-3. But something is happening here. Oh my God. A 3-bet.
Whoa.
Showing lots of heart. This is a very courageous move by Andrea. And so far it looks like it might actually work. Marcello just showing up with A4. And there's no way that Jocks can put him on a hand like 7-3, and his ace-3 suited does not fare well out of position to a 3-bet. He could wind up 4-betting.
The 4-bet might look attractive.
But if he 4-bets, he's committed to get the stack into a 5-bet.
It'd be a 4-bet jam, I think. It would be a stack.
Can he sniff this one out? I like that he's sitting back and thinking about this. Because as you said, it is possible to 4-bet in this spot. The one thing it's not really wise to do is just peel out of position, not know where you stand.
I would agree, yeah.
The fold is more than fine too. We see that Andrea has 7-3, but the range on Andrea should be, let's say, usually stronger than ace-3 or hands where ace-3 is just flipping against. Andrea playing the situation though, and not the cards.
This is very interesting. Very interesting to feel so confident about the spot to take this one.
And does get the fold while Andrea show his bluff. No, snap tosses them away. Sometimes I feel if you're doing that with this and it's like a one-off, you just show it. I don't show my cards very often, but if I did something completely, let's say, unorthodox such as this, just to get into people's heads.
Wow, all business. 7-3, 3-bet. Instantly. I think a lot of people would show. I think a lot of people would show the 7-3.
Especially knowing that in 30 minutes time, he has friends on the rail, they're going to tell him what happened. And Dave is asking, are you on a final table tonight? Well, that's up in the air. We think he will be, but he hasn't yet entered the final event, which is a turbo affair, I believe, with the 60 euro buy-in.
It's a 200.
That's a 200 buy-in,
actually.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they had both today. They had I think a 70 euro and a 220 or 200.
Oh my God, Argentina, you are such a bully. Why not stall like 10 seconds more?
Better than the 7-3.
Yeah, now if he showed the 7-3, he would maybe not get credit, but then there would be this leveling war with the queens. So maybe it's good that he didn't show in a results-oriented point of view. Opening for 975 with the 10s, but Marcello with the monster. It's going to be his turn to 3-bet. It looks like the 2.7 to 3.2 million, actually. There was a sneaky hidden pink chip I did not see. And putting Andrea in a spot of bother. It's like with these 10s and jacks, they can get you into so much trouble. On the other hand, sometimes you win such big pots with them as well. Andrea thinking things over. Not an easy decision. He may be thinking about a 4-bet actually, but maybe just counting his chips. It is an awfully large 3-bet though. I mean, it's not large because of the opening size by Benelli to begin with, but the fact that the opening size was a bit bigger, it allows Marcello's 3-bet to be a bit bigger to 8 big blinds. He is from the small blind, and some people even make it bigger from there. I've been playing around a lot with my 3-bet sizings from the small blind, and I still haven't found the happy point that I'm happy with.
Yeah.
But in this spot, it seems like 3.2 is the perfect amount to be 3-betting. And the poker fashion star Marcello there, just absolutely stoic, not giving away any information. A little bit of the blinking of the eyes, but we can see that, but Andrea can't see with the glasses blocking them. Now it looks like he's getting a little bit bored though. He wants Andrea to do something. It looks like Andrea is trying to extract a little bit of information from Marcello. Wearing that Team Prestige poker patch, the high bet patch. He's one of the players to come in from Italy and does jam. Oh my, Marcello snapping it off. Wow. Marcello technically at risk, but if the queens hold, it's going to be Andrea really just on crumbs.
Yeah. It's a big pot. This is to get up near the chip leaders.
Yeah, to wind up one player near Eros and ahead of Jocks for at least second place. And Benelli, who came in with the most cashes at the table at risk on 9-3, 8-3 on the turn. We did miss the flop, but we got there on the turn. So he needs a 10 and only a 10. And it's a 2 of hearts on the river. So Marcello doubles up to 23 million. Andrea now with just crumbs in a stack at 675,000. That is less than 2 big blinds. Did show a lot of heart a hand or two before with that 7-3. Did try to get a read from Marcello before doing anything with his 10s. Went with his gut. Just happened to run into a monster. But Marcello, meanwhile, collecting a massive pot of 23 million chips. The biggest we have seen thus far today.
Yeah, unfortunate spot with the 10s. It's such a strong hand, but when you get to these final table dynamics where... And I'm not going to presume to know how Marcello plays and his 3-betting range and whatever else, but it's one of those hands that throughout a tournament it feels so strong, and it is so strong, but sometimes when you're on a final table in the 3-betting range, you know, you start to lose hands like 9s, 8s, you start to lose Broadways, you start to lose these kind of hands, then suddenly they're not quite so good, but definitely a tricky spot.
I kind of feel I made the same exact mistake. Not that we can say this is a mistake, but I thought it was at the time as Benelli with 15 players left in a big live event that was local this year. And I was thinking about that spot and talking about it a while. And I get different answers depending on who I talk to. Everybody agrees that the safest move would have been just to fold, but how bad it was is a different story.
Right, yeah. Well, I think and again, not critiquing the tens. I definitely could have done the same thing, but I think a hand like tens there can either be quite good or potentially quite bad, depending on who you're against. I don't think it'll be sort of in the middle, because I think you're either against the 3-betting range that has ace kings, has ace queens, has suited aces, has broadways that can fold, maybe has some nines, right? And then it's very good. You know, your hand's really good. But if you eliminate all those hands, then I think it quickly becomes quite poor.
It's
So,
really once you start taking those 9s and 8s out of the mix, it kind of you're either flipping or just being dominated. It makes it difficult. But if you still have fold equity, then you have to calculate in your head, like, how much fold equity do you really have against that certain player? And the inputs of that are all mental usually, especially in a live event where you maybe do have a little bit of a feel, especially if you played with them before, but you're not getting as many hands in per day as you would against others that you're playing online with day in and day out. So we have T-Draw is back. Welcome. Welcome, Handi, as well.
maybe Benelli can spin it up.
It would be the nice Cinderella story. My friends in the Italian media I know are watching this quite closely, rooting for one of the 4 Italians, but Benelli is obviously very well known in Italy. And meanwhile, it's Ritrovato. There are, like, this is a very interesting spot here, actually, because if Andrea wasn't down to 2 big blinds, I think you just rip it in here with 9 bigs. Maybe not against an early position open, but at least it's more of a thought process. But now it seems like it's almost, you have to wait for Andrea to go out before you could be moving with a hand like ace-10 suited against an early position open. He can, of course, peel off the stack too, which is probably what he's going to do.
I think that's likely the option you should take here. You can flop a lot of equity, which you'll feel more comfortable going with, even with the short stack, as well as, you know, maybe just play a 1 or 2 street hands, some small bets. And it's quite early in the final table, so I mean, if you miss a ladder now, it's you know, it's unfortunate with the short stack, but it's not the end of the world. So I think call's good.
So Jocks with the mystery hand may have connected with this 3-Jack-Queen board with 2 spades. We see Salvatore does not have spades. A king to Broadway. His ace is still alive as well. Perhaps, unless Jocks has like a set or 2 pair on this board. So shows one of those Broadway cards, maybe 2. Maybe we could see what he had. Was it 2 pair? That might be a king. I don't know. But whatever it was, it connected with the board. And all it took was a min bet to take down the pot, to deny his opponent's equity. Jocks folding the ace-5 from under the gun. But meanwhile, here we go. Benelli waking up with the ace-jack. So maybe this is the start of his Cinderella run. Jamming for about a blind and a half. So certainly somebody's going to call or isolate. If nobody else does, the big blind has to call with any 2 for another 275 with already so much in the pot. And Pharaoh making the call, but his hand is dominated by Andrea, so far so good. But he doesn't want the more the merrier. Salvatore off his short stack getting involved as well. And other spots earlier in the event, this could have been a squeeze by Salvatore, but he wants to ladder up as well. And the more players in, the more likely Andrea will be on the rail. And Eros calling with the queen 3, so lots of players blocking each other. The queen is partially blocked. The king is fully live, the 10 is fully live, and the 3 is fully live. But it's the king that connects with Salvatore on the deuce 7 king flop with 2 diamonds. Eros, though, with the flush draw. So we could see actually 2 players all in this hand. And it looked like he was about to push them fold.
It did. I think he's quite happy to get his chips in here. This is kind of what you're looking for when you're calling.
Does check, though. Eros, who doesn't care about the ladders too much at this point, may opt to bet people out, but I think he'd be more likely trying to like juice up a side pot rather than bet big if he was going to do it. But it looks like it's going to check around. So a free card for Eros with his flush draw. So despite 4 Italians being in the hand, there is some discussion going on about English at the table. That is the official language that we are supposed to be using at the table, so it is a valid request.
Okay, so this is more money. Okay. There are 4 players. I'm going to say this in time. Ci sono 4 giocatori in questo anno, lei non può parlare di.
So it sounds like there's some discussion about whether they're allowed to speak Italian at the table. And our tournament director, Sonny, my Italian is a little bit rusty, I believe, explaining the situation. That being it isn't Italians only at the table, that we need to use the official language of the event. There would maybe be some exception made if we were down to just 4 Italians. Then it's all fair game. Everybody understands each other. So the players have been warned. English only at the table. It was done very professionally there by our tournament director, Sonny. And a blank 5 of spades on the turn. Salvatore still ahead. And jams it in now. Waited for the turn. May get Eros to fold here, where Eros would have gotten it in on the flop, but with 1 card to come is a completely different story. Not exactly getting the correct odds here. And does get him to fold, so denying the equity of Eros. Masi folds as well. So Benelli is going to need a lot of help. He needs one of those 3 remaining aces to stay alive and not just double up, but quadruple up. And it's the 2 of diamonds on the river. The flush would have gone there, but meanwhile, that doesn't matter. Salvatore wins the hand with top pair to eliminate Andrea Benelli in 8th place for 10,800 euros. The final 7 players have now locked up 13,600 euros, so a pay jump for everybody at the table. And very interesting move there by Salvatore. If he c-bets the flop, like we thought he might, he would have lost the hand and joined the rail. And instead he waited for the turn, got it in there, and it worked out brilliantly.
That did work out quite perfectly. I guess he was in the small blind, so out of position. So I guess check you know, makes some sense. I don't think he was going anywhere. Maybe if it's a really bad turn and there's a couple of bets, it would make sense to get out of the way.
We are here with our first player who is out, Andrea Benelli. How are you, Andrea? You good? Okay, how was the play? Come è stato tutto il gioco?
Ma sì, bene, dai, alla fine il torneo di oggi sono partito bene, poi ho avuto questa brutta mano e quindi sono sceso e vabbè, pazienza, questo è il gioco, no?
Okay. He just said that he had a bad hand at the very end of it and this is the game. It is poker. Well, Andrea, well done. You still have done very well. Out of 2,237 players, sei arrivato al finale. So, complimenti and thank you very much.
Grazie mille a voi.
Thank you.
Such a gracious man there, Andrea, being out first at the official final table, immediately going to the microphone, and very good sportsmanship displayed there. It's often very difficult when you first bust out to be having a microphone in front of you. Typically, what we're doing here at Party, we give players a little bit of time, and when they come back, then we ask if we can have a little chat with them. But it looked like Andrea has been there, done that, most experienced player at the table, and was happy enough to do it then. Eros and ahead of Jocks for at least... I'm not sure what happened there, but we are removing a chair to make things more comfortable for the players.
Seems like he liked having the chair there for the armrests.
We didn't change boxes, but you can make more space and smile. Stop being...
No, but it's fucking serious stuff, you know, no smiling.
Anastasia encouraging the smiles there. But meanwhile, let's learn about the future of spins at Spin Overdrive at Party Poker. Thousands of different multipliers. The bigger the multiplier, the more you can win.
Might be one of my first streams when I get back. A couple of hours of a spins challenge, overdrive challenge. So
I think I might try my own challenge. I'm not sure it'll be the same ladder that Matt did on his stream. So Matt was sharing yesterday about the ladder he was doing with these.
So I got the idea from Jamie, my brother Jamie, Poker Staples. So all credit to him. But the rules go: if you win one, or if you win, you move up a level. And if you lose 2 in a row at that level, you have to move back down. So start at the 25 cents, you're up to $1. If you lose 2 $1 spins in a row, you're back down to 25 cents. So you keep going up and down the ladder, and the goal is to complete it. So
I used to do this with sitting goes before they invented like steps, which no longer really exist anywhere anymore.
Yeah.
But then at least the previous one would cover the buy-in and a little bit of profit of the lower one. So I think I would have to be like, I'm such a nerd sometimes, I would actually probably have like a spreadsheet on the side. What kind of multiplier do I need to win to move up? Meanwhile,
I like it.
look what we have here. We have the next festival in Dublin at the Intercontinental Dublin on October 31st and November 5th. We do hope someone from this chat will join us absolutely for free in the free roll coming up soon. So the top prize in that free roll is a $5,000 package to the Party Poker Millions Dublin. It includes a €3,000 buy-in to the Millions main event and €2,000 in accommodation and travel money. So looking forward to that. Unfortunately, I will not be joining you in the free roll. Or I should say fortunately, because it gets mean I can be here with you, which is more important. But it's amazing that the value that Party Poker has been giving their players this week with all the free rolls, and if you've been here in person with all the merch that players absolutely love. So props to Party Poker for making things fun. You know, it's not always all about the high-level pro. It's about the guys that are just really love poker, people that are learning poker, but even people like me that have been playing for about 30 years, but do it for fun. You know, I make a little bit of money, but it's a recreational game to me. It's a sport on a different level, but you can play it for fun.
After the speeds.
So something is going on here. We had a little bit of friendliness.
Should be good.
It doesn't seem like Eros was thrilled about something, but we will never know what. Or maybe we will know later.
You have an all-in?
Maros
Oh,
A 12 to 13 big blind jam with the ace-9 suited from under the gun. We are 7 max now, so if it was earlier, it would have been under the gun +1.
It's okay, nice.
And it was chip leader folding, and now our Argentinian hero folding the button.
So will everybody agree? If we make, if I'm here and we are top 5, we all take Jägermeister, yeah?
Oh, that's an interesting one. Things can get interesting. So it doesn't sound like they were necessarily arguing about anything. They were just discussing
For you, vodka?
adding some party to the party poker event.
No problem. I'm dying. Me too.
Biggest final table of the series. Do we know do we have the payouts? I haven't seen them yet.
We do have the payouts. We have a command in the chat, but the winner today will go home with 144,100 euros. They've already locked up 13,600 euros, so there's quite a big discrepancy, but 13,600, even if you paid the full price of 550, is quite a nice return. But as we earlier mentioned, we have a few people that qualified in. I'm pretty sure Yuso was in one of those early bird flights that was 400. I don't know if he got through that via satellite. So people getting in at different price points as well. We don't know who fired 15 bullets and who fired 1 bullet. I hope nobody fired 15 bullets, but I do like to exaggerate sometimes. Are you mentally connected with the Party Poker Twitch channel? Because as soon as you asked about the payouts, we have Party Poker TV posting the command.
It is, yeah, it's linked to my brain. Been on Twitch long enough, it does that, so.
Next level.
Yeah.
So we have an open by Yuso, who is sitting on a pretty decent stack. He's built up his stack early on at the featured table, final table. And Masi now with a 3-bet. So players are all showing different moves at various times, keeping us on our toes. Very often, as Matt alluded to earlier, when you're at a final table of an event of this magnitude, it does kind of make you a little bit afraid to do stuff that you would normally be doing at home.
And you will see it in the stream anyway.
Gets that one through with a nice price. Went to 1.9. Snap fold from the 7-6 suited.
Next time I 4-bet, okay? Next time,
And
4-bet.
it looks like we, right now, temporarily do not have Salvatore at the table,
I also have aces.
but he shall be back soon. We did learn
Or ace 4. Or maybe keep one.
that there was a tiny penalty it'll happen for the excessive use of Italian at the table,
Click back, snap fold.
but he's not going to miss too much of the action. They're actually very lenient at Portomasso when it comes to stuff like penalties. You play like in a place like London, you make one like tiny mistake and you could be out like a full orbit. But meanwhile, it's Eros with the Cowboys here. He's been a little bit quiet lately, at least in terms of playing his cards.
Wow.
Chips everywhere. No, Adam, Matt is still here. We're just kind of in awe right now of Eros's massive chip stack as it was zoomed in on it. And does open the Cowboys as expected.
That was a very deliberate open.
That's interesting. I try to catch these things too, so we'll see if he's just doing that when he has monsters or if it's happening when he's opening light.
Well, I haven't seen enough hands from him to know if that's kind of what he always does or not, but.
I find that it's easier to pick up tells when you're watching a stream at times than it is when you're actually playing at the table. I'm never able to pick up like a lot of tells if I don't already have them. And Yuso, oh no, what's gonna happen here? We have two massive stacks with monster hands. This could get ugly for one of these players, And that would be more likely to be Yuso, considering he's up against Eros' Cowboys, because he's not going anywhere, at least for now. He can save himself with just a call, but you have Big Slick. You kind of need to 3-bet it, and a 3-bet is incoming to 2.7 million. And let's see how much Hollywooding Eros does here.
If pre-flop was any indication, I think there might be some.
Doing the stare down routine. Does look quite intimidating.
He does, he does. I would be...
Looking
I would be
away?
looking straight at the table if I was playing against Eros right now. I have a very defensive live poker strategy. When it comes to tells, at least.
I'd be tempted at this level of a final table to pull an Ike Haxton and grab the mask and put it on as well.
Yeah.
Eros taking his time. He probably already knows what he's going to do in his head. Probably even has the exact sizing of his 4-bet in his head. As we mentioned to start the stream, Eros is one of the more experienced players to have entered this event, let alone be at the final table. And is it going to be a deliberate? Looks quite deliberate, yeah. So is it to 5.4 million? Did he just double the 3-bet size? We shall find out. To 5.4 million. Yuso, you have a lot of fans in the chat. The Malta poker community is behind you.
It's just way too easy to go all in here.
It is, but it's also kind of ICM. We have to remember how many chips he has. There's several short stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if he just called. But you're right, it's very tempting to just jam the lot.
Fuck, do you have aces?
Does jam, oh my god! And Eros snapping it off. This time, no Hollywooding involved. We have a 39 million chip pot.
Massive.
Yuso at risk with his ace-king against the Cowboys of Eros.
I just think it's the right move. Will there an ace come down? We'll see.
He's a 2-to-1 underdog, but that isn't a massive underdog in poker.
No, I have one ace, please.
Yuso calling out for an ace, of course. At Jack 8-3 flop, it is dry for Yuso. Amazing for Eros. The 9 of diamonds on the turn, so it's an ace and only an ace that can save Yuso. And the 6 of hearts on the river. Eros celebrates, but unfortunately for Yuso, he hits the rail in 7th place. Nice run for Yuso. Matt would have played it exactly the same. You collect a 13,600 euro prize, and meanwhile now Eros is the odds-on favorite to win the Grand Prix with 44 million in chips. Nobody even near him.
It's just a brutal setup against the cutoff, the chip leader. There is short stacks, so the 4-bet bluffs might come out. It's yeah.
But meanwhile, we have the future of spins.
You won't run into that spot playing spins.
No.
If you don't want to run into that spot, you can play the
Ace King is an open jam with the spins overdrive. You really learn how to advance your push fold game, and that can come in handy later as you fine tune it. So jot down some spots as well as you're playing that to look at for future knowledge. But my goal now is to make the Party Poker blog one day, not for doing anything tournament-wise. I've written some stuff on occasion for Party Poker blog, but to win like this jackpot and the spins overdrive, then I think I get a nice mention. So I hope one of you beat me to it, but we'll give it a grind when I'm at home. I'll be home for about 9-10 days. We'll be busy with some British people coming into town over the weekend in Lithuania. But other than that, we're going to go on the online grind during the evening, spend time with family during the day, and then I come back to Malta again
Sounds lovely.
for trip number 5 this year to Malta.
Jeez.
It's a good thing I like Malta.
I love it here. I love it here. I'll make my way back for any future party events.
So we're just down to 6 hopefuls left. And maybe it was a blessing in disguise for Salvatore that he got a little bit of a penalty because he had a short stack. Cards are dealt out differently, and you just don't have now this dynamic, actually.
That's a very funny way to look at it, but you're right. I mean, he's probably not as upset about it. The rare penalty orbit ladder.
The penalty ladder. Love it. And Eros still being deliberate, so we'll see what he has. I think that's just kind of like he's an experienced pro. I'm not sure if he plays pro all the time, but a very experienced player. Not the first time I've seen him at a final table. First time I think I've commentated him or reported him at a final table. But both him and Andrea's names just jumped out when I looked at the final table names last night. And then Salvatore, I realized that it is the Salvatore that's always here playing in Malta, and had that confirmed both by our media coordinator Jonathan Rabb, so props to you, and by Antoine from Malta Pokerfish. Are they playing the stand-up game? Are we back to the old viral stream? No, we are not. Instead, we are on our first break, so we will be back in 20 minutes. I hope that Matt can join us. How much time do we have until you have to play your event?
I'll have a bit more time in here. For
Ah,
sure.
beautiful.
Yeah.
So Matt and I will be back, and we hope you are too. See you very soon.
And now, guys, in 7th place, we have our player, Yuso. How are you, Yuso?
Well, a little bit disappointed. 3 days played very well. Now was 2nd out of 7. Lost against a chip leader. Of course disappointed, but what can you do?
I know, but you did very well getting so far. At least, you know, you're taking home 13,700.
144k is much better, but what can you do?
It's still a great play. Did you enjoy your time here in Malta?
Yes, very much, very much. Better luck next time.
Definitely better luck next time. Will you be back next time?
I live here, of course I will.
Oh, well then perfect. We're definitely going to see you again.
Exactly,
Amazing.
exactly.
Well, Yusuf, good luck for the next events, and
Thank
we'll
you.
see you again. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Oh my God. A 3-bet.
Whoa.
Showing lots of heart. This is a very courageous move by Andrea. And so far it looks like it might actually work. Marcello just showing up with A4. And there's no way that Jocks can put him on a hand like 7-3, and his ace-3 suited does not fare well out of position to a 3-bet. He could wind up
However,
4-betting,
the 4-bet might look attractive.
but if he
that-
4-bets, he's committed to get the stack into a 5-bet.
It'd be a 4-bet jam, I think. It would be a stack.
Can he sniff this one out? I like that he's sitting back and thinking about this. Because as you said, it is possible to 4-bet in this spot. The one thing it's not really wise to do is just peel at a position, not know where you stand.
I would agree, yeah.
The fold is more than fine too. We see that Andrea has 7-3, but the range on Andrea should be, let's say, usually stronger than ace-3 or hands where ace-3 is just flipping against. Andrea playing the situation though, and not the cards.
This is very interesting. Very interesting to feel so confident about the spot to take this one.
And does get the fold while Andrea show his bluff. No, snap tosses them away. His turn to 3-bet. It looks like the 2.7 to 3.2 million actually. There was a sneaky hidden pink chip I did not see. And putting Andrea in a spot of bother. It's like with these 10s and jacks, they can get you into so much trouble. On the other hand, sometimes you win such big pots with them as well. Andrea thinking things over. Not an easy decision. He may be thinking about a 4-bet actually, but maybe just counting his chips. It is an awfully large 3-bet though. I mean, it's not large because of the opening size by Benelli to begin with, but the fact that the opening size was a bit bigger, it allows Marcello's 3-bet to be a bit bigger to 8 big blinds. He is from the small blind, and some people even make it bigger from there. I've been playing around a lot with my 3-bet sizings from the small blind, and I still haven't found the happy point that I'm happy with.
Yeah.
But in this spot, it seems like 3.2 is the perfect amount to be 3-betting. And the poker fashion star Marcello there, just absolutely stoic, not giving away any information. A little bit of the blinking of the eyes, but we can see that, but Andrea can't see with the glasses blocking them. Now it looks like he's getting a little bit bored though. He wants Andrea to do something. It looks like Andrea is trying to extract a little bit of information from Marcello. Wearing that team prestige poker patch, the high bet patch. He's one of the players to come in from Italy and does jam. Oh my, Marcello snapping it off. Wow, Marcello technically at risk, but if the queens hold, it's going to be Andrea really just on crumbs.
Yeah. It's a big pot. This is to get up near the chip leaders.
Yeah, to wind up one player near Eros and ahead of Jocks for at least second place. And Benelli, who came in with the most cashes at the table at risk on 9-3, 8-3 on the turn. We did miss the flop, but we got there on the turn. So he needs a 10 and only a 10. And it's a 2 of hearts on the river. So Marcello doubles up to 23 million. Andrea now with just crumbs in a stack at 675,000. That is less than 2 big blinds. Did show a lot of heart a hand or two before with that 7-3. Did try to get a read from Marcello before doing anything with his 10s. Went with his gut. Just happened to run into a monster. But Marcello, meanwhile, collecting a massive pot of 23 million chips. The biggest we have seen thus far today. So Jocks with the mystery hand may have connected with this 3 Jack Queen board with 2 spades. We see Salvatore does not have spades. A king to Broadway. His ace is still alive as well. Perhaps, unless Jocks has like a set or 2 pair on this board. So shows one of those Broadway cards, maybe 2. Maybe we could see what he had. Was it 2 pair? That might be a king. I don't know. But whatever it was, it connected with the board. And all it took was a min bet to take down the pot, to deny his opponent's equity. Who is sitting on a pretty decent stack. He's built up his stack early on at the featured table, final table. And Mossy now with a 3-bet. So players are all showing different moves at various times, keeping us on our toes. Very often, as Matt alluded to earlier, when you're at a final table of an event of this magnitude, it does kind of make you a little bit afraid to do stuff that you would normally be doing at home. No, Adam, Matt is still here. We're just kind of in awe right now of Eros's massive chip stack as it was zoomed in on it. And does open the Cowboys as expected.
That was a very deliberate open.
That's interesting. I try to catch these things too, so we'll see if he's just doing that when he has monsters or if it's happening when he's opening late.
Well, I haven't seen enough hands from him to know if that's kind of what he always does or not. But
I find that it's easier to pick up tells when you're watching a stream at times than it is when you're actually playing at the table. I'm never able to pick up like a lot of tells if I don't already have them. And Yuso, oh no, what's gonna happen here? We have 2 massive stacks with monster hands. This could get ugly for one of these players, and that would be more likely to be Yuso considering he's up against Eros's Cowboys, because he's not going anywhere, at least for now. He can save himself with just a call, but you have Big Slick. You kind of need to 3-bet it, and a 3-bet is incoming to 2.7 million. And let's see how much Hollywooding Eros does here.
if pre-flop was any indication, I think there might be some.
Doing the stare down routine. Does look quite intimidating.
He does. I would be
Looking
I would be
away?
looking straight at the table if I was playing against Eros right now. I have a very defensive live poker strategy. When it comes to tells, at least.
I'd be tempted at this level of a final table to pull an Ike Haxton and grab the mask and put it on as well.
Yeah.
Eros taking his time. He probably already knows what he's going to do in his head. Probably even has the exact sizing of his 4-bet in his head. As we mentioned to start the stream, Eros is one of the more experienced players to have entered this event, let alone be at the final table. And is it going to be a deliberate? Looks quite deliberate, yeah. So is it to 5.4 million? Did he just double the 3-bet size? We shall find out. To 5.4 million. Yuso, you have a lot of fans in the chat. The Malta poker community is behind you.
It's just way too easy to go all in here.
It is, but it's also kind of ICM. We have to remember how many chips he has. There's several short stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if he just called. But you're right, it's very tempting to just jam the lot.
Fuck, do you have aces?
Does jam, oh my god! And Eros snapping it off. This time, no Hollywooding involved. We have a 39 million chip pot.
Massive.
Yuso at risk with his ace-king against the Cowboys of Eros.
I just think it's the right move. Will there an ace come down? We'll see.
He's a 2-to-1 underdog, but that isn't a massive underdog in poker.
Oh, I have one ace, please.
Yuso calling out for an ace, of course. At Jack 8-3 flop, it is dry for Yuso. Amazing for Eros. The 9 of diamonds on the turn, so it's an ace and only an ace that can save Yuso. And the 6 of hearts on the river. Eros celebrates, but unfortunately for Yuso, he hits the rail in 7th place. Nice run for Yuso. Matt would have played it exactly the same. You collect a 13,600 euro prize, and meanwhile now Eros is the odds-on favorite to win the Grand Prix with 44 million in chips. Nobody even near him.
That's just a brutal setup.
You wanna change the screen?
Welcome back. Players are taking their seats, and look at these chip counts, Matt. We have Eros, after winning that massive hand with the Cowboys to send Yuso packing, now has a huge chip lead. He has more than the next two places combined in Marcello and in Jocks. But still it's anyone's game. And then we have Salvatore with the short stack of 5.3 million, along with Maros with 5.1. And Masi kind of in this spot where he wants those two players to double up or go out. Definitely not to double up, but to commit their stacks before he's in a similar spot to what we just saw with Yuso. Of course, all players want the trophy, but there's big pay jumps going on. So these are all very intelligent poker players, so they have that in their heads as well. Whether or not they behave in an ICM fashion is really dependent on a lot of different factors. Not everybody's trying to maximize the amount of money that they will make in the tournament, and the trophy means that much more. But they're certainly aware of it with this bunch that we see here. But it's good to see Salvatore back in his seat. And basically gets rewarded with a pay jump while serving a small penalty.
Penalty ladder.
It's a new thing, the penalty ladder.
So he's sitting on 5 million. Next shortest stack is on, do you know?
There's a 5.3 and a 5.1 stack between Maros and Salvatore.
So that'll be a little bit tense between the two.
And Masi with 14 million. Then we have Jocks with over 20 million. Well, now slightly under 20 million. But meanwhile, it's Eros. He can open with impunity, and certainly with a suited ace. And Marcello folding his Jack 6. It was from the small blind, not the big blind like I thought. And Masi folding as well. So if Masi is not going to be defending and nobody else is going to play back, Eros can really be opening from any position. I wouldn't say he should be doing it with any two, but his range can and should be wide. Can be 3-betting wide as well, and easily not playing big pots when he doesn't want to. He can be playing a lot of small ball until things change with the dynamics. If Jocks and Masi go mano a mano, then there will be a stack that is close to Eros, and that would change things a little bit for him.
This will be a good test to see. Yeah, okay. So it's not any two.
No, the bottom, the real bottom of the range is going into the muck, then, which is fair enough. I remember about 10, 11 years ago, I had a small piece of a name that is just like a blast from the past. I don't know where he went, of Jared Hamby, the Waco kid. And he was at the final table at a WSOP event where it was similar, but everybody was short except for one player. And that one player opened up every single hand and just cruise controlled his way to a win. It was, even though I had a piece in Jared who took fourth, I was basically just in awe of this player.
Those sort of final tables are so fun to play as the big stack. There's not many better feelings than opening it up and just watching cards go into the muck around the table. It's a good feeling.
But meanwhile, look at this. We have Jocks who opened up from the hijack. Marcello peeling from one seat over. Blinds are now at $250,000, $500,000 with the $500,000 big blind ante. Both players grabbing a piece, but Marcello's piece is so much stronger with the top two.
Whoa.
Marcello may be missing an opportunity there, but now Jocks may feel more confident about his hand with the ace, and he's basically just drawing to a chop, and it's a miracle chop. We can see there's only one out available. But when Jocks checks again after being the pre-flop aggressor, is this where Marcello tries to get value, or is he going to check one more time and hope Jocks does something? A 2 big blind bet. And a call by Jocks. We see he's in a lot of trouble, but it was an obvious call for him. And the 6 of diamonds on the river, the board double pairs, but not in the way that Jocks needed. Wisely checks again. Marcello will be trying to get Jocks to put more money into the pot. After calling the turn, though, the fact of the matter is that Jocks can very well have that case 10, and then if he does, lots of money would be getting into the pot.
It's going to be tricky. I mean, just a small bet on the turn from Marcello. I mean, does Jocks think that a 10 would go so small? There's a lot of bluffs out there. 7-8s, 8-9s, king queens, king jacks.
And how many of those are going to be peeling when he hasn't really been peeling before?
Well, these are all good questions. I wonder how easy it'll be to...
I think he has to call this bet. It was a half a pot bet.
Yeah.
There are enough bluffs that you do need to call. So it didn't cost him that much. Jocks is down to 30 big blinds. Marcello, though, getting some value and now has 28 million. And that 28 million would have been a chip leading stack if not for the blow up that we just saw between Yuso and Eros. But meanwhile, Marcello's slowly building it up.
I think Jocks is thinking like, wow, like what was I just against? How did he turn over ace-10 after that pot, you know? Check, small bet, half pot, you know? I wouldn't be expecting ace-10.
You should almost be happy that you didn't lose more there.
Definitely, yeah. Although ace-4 was never a monster in that pot.
I was talking to Matt during the break a little bit about that ace-king versus king's hand. And it's funny how, you know, we kept going back and forth. What should we do? What should we do? So I'm curious what you and chat would do. You're second place in chips, or really close to second place, and the chip leader opens up, who can be opening up super wide. You wake up with ace-king. One option is to peel. I mean, obviously we're being a little bit results-oriented, so I want to take that out of the equation. Just call. I don't think you can 3-bet fold. Matt doesn't like just calling a 4-bet, so he says if you 3-bet, the 5-bet is the next best play, a 5-bet shove. But we were also thinking, should you just call there pre-flop against the chip leader with so much ICM, so many pay jumps involved? Obviously, if Eros didn't have the Cowboys, we're not even talking about this. Then it's just a 3-bet fold.
Right. But running into those premiums, I mean, that is, when it comes to ICM and comes to these huge pots, those are the hands that create the discussion, because when it does happen, it's somewhat disastrous.
It's around to Masse. We haven't seen him too active, but he does have that awkward stack size. I believe he's playing his stack very wisely based on the cards that he's getting. He does have to basically just look for spots maybe where he can pick up some small pots, but in general he has to play his cards with that stack. And he wants the small blinds, the small stacks to get moving, so then he can potentially try to make something happen. Because he has enough chips in a vacuum to make something happen, but his hands are a bit tied for the ICM reasons that he doesn't want to be the next one out with 2 players with 10 big blind stacks. So a few people do like the flatting, except for KC, who says if you know the flop turn and river, if you could see ahead, then it's just a fold pre.
It's a very classic comment from Casey. I know Casey.
It's very hard to take yourself out of the results-oriented mindset, so I'm going to actually look at that spot with a couple of friends from a mathematical standpoint and see what we come up with. It's very easy and tempting to jam. I'm just not sure that was the mathematical move, but it's hard to understand that with so much dynamics going on. So in real time, I cannot blame Yuso at all for the jam. Just rather unfortunate. We wouldn't even be talking about this if Eros didn't have a monster in his hand. So it looks like Ukraine lost kids. Is Matty Ice still commentating this baby?
I am. I am still in the booth for a little bit here, and then I'm going to hop into a tournament of my own today, but still watching the Grand Prix with you guys.
So Matty Ice will be with us in one form. And we do have a question for you here, but let's take a look. So far we have a limp pot. Not really a healthy flop for either player, but Eros really can be continuing on these kind of boards. Despite it being a limp pot, he could really be continuing with anything and anything. And it's a min bet that will get the job done. Eros was ahead anyway, but it's best to just take it down now. So the question for you, Matt, is out of the Staples brothers, who has won the most heads up on the family table? Ha ha.
We haven't played heads up on the family table, but Jamie has won more heads-up matches against me through our career than I have won against him. I think by a pretty decent margin. I would say Jamie, I want to say for sure because, you know, variance and all that, but I'd say Jamie has the edge in the heads-up game.
So a follow-up question, have you guys been playing in an online tournament where you've wound up at, let's say, the final three together, or even the same final table together?
Never the final three. I mean, we play a lot of the same stuff on Party Poker, especially on Sundays, and, you know, we've clashed. You know, the fields aren't super large, so we get to clash quite a bit. But we've never been heads up final three, so. That'll be the good content when it happens.
I expect a message if that happens, no matter what I'm doing. If I can't watch it right away, I'll definitely be watching it because I imagine it'll be very entertaining. Both of you on different Twitch streams.
Staples Bros, heads up. Jamie likes to, if we ever play big pots, he likes to send me voice notes through WhatsApp, you know, talking trash or starting drama. And then I'm on the other side usually just tilting because I probably lost the pot.
So we have a little bit of information about the pre-roll. I mean, we did see just about spins overdrive. We can talk about that again, but I think more of you are interested at the moment at the free roll. So you're going to be starting with 100 big blinds deep, and the first level, it still has late reg open, and it's 15 minutes that it's open for. So the structure got deeper, actually, than the other free rolls, which started with the 50 big blind. So not only are you playing for bigger prizes, but it's good experience as well. And Valkyrie says voice notes are the best. I find it funny because I'm such a fast typer, even with the phone, that you know, I'll be talking to somebody and then they're reading what I say, but then they reply back with the voice message, and we can go back and forth like this for like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
Before I said, why don't I just call you if we have to continue? So Massimimo finding a spot to open. Maros defending here with the queen 7 off a short stack, just 7 big blinds behind, and could get into a little bit of trouble here flopping middle pair, and that's because Masi flopping the top pair with his ace 10. Although it is a rainbow, it isn't the cleanest of boards. So I expect more chips to come in from one of these players, if not both. And I think Maros just jams it here. He does have about 1 SPR, so he jams it. Massimimo with the snap call. So Maros is at risk, still has some outs. One of those are dead, but technically 5 outs. Just one of those outs was in somebody's hand. So it's a 1 in 5 chance for Maros to stay alive. And the ace of spades on the turn, down to just 2 outs after Masi improves the top 2 pair. Needs a 7 and only a 7 to stay alive. But it's the 2 of diamonds completing the board on the river. Masi Ferro eliminates Maros Mansour in 6th place for 19,600 euros. And one of the short stacks is gone, and Masi making the most of that. Not only did he not have to wait around, he took out one of the short stacks. And the person that would likely celebrate the most is Salvatore.
He's doing well for himself right now.
He came into this table with under 2 million in chips and is just sticking around, watching players go out left and right. And now he's just hoping there's mayhem somewhere else.
Unfortunate with the queen 7. You know, the suited queen 7, I think, have to defend. Flopping middle pair. I mean, either you're bet getting it in. Oh.
And here we are with Marius, who has just busted with what hand, Marius? Do you mind telling me just how that went?
Queen 7
Queen 7.
on spade, yeah.
Was it a good event for you?
Yeah, it was a great experience. I had the luck to reach the final table and reach the 6th place. So I'm happy. I wanted to do better, but next time.
I think you did great, regardless. So, you know, well done to you. And we're going to see you on our next event?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, good man. Okay. Well,
Thanks.
thank you, Marius.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
So very good game for Maros. Nothing to be ashamed of at all to finish 6th place out of 2,237 players. And we'll go back to Cyprus with his wallet full of cash. Of course, he can get a bank transfer, but I just like to picture him walking around with that nearly 20,000 euros.
Duffel bag on the airplane.
And it looks like we have something going on. I can't make out what Francesca is saying to the floor. And there's that giant empty space in the middle of the table with all those players going bye-bye. And Masi, with his newly found chips, does not have very good cards to start things off with, but we'll see if he loosens up at all. Maybe not on this hand per se. So folds around to our chip leader, Eros, who was the chip leader, took out Yuso with his kings versus ace-king for a pot north of 40 million chips. And is the odds-on favorite at this point in time to win the event. And this is an example of opening with almost any 2, but there are people that just absolutely love 10-5 off. The saying is you can complete 2 flushes, you can complete any possible straight. But obviously that's just...
and I would not be one of those people.
No.
Not you either?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I can defend with it, I can play it suited maybe from a button, but not. I'm not happy about that hand, that's for sure. So Dave mentioning how great the payouts are in the free roll, so I'm glad you all are joining that.
It's a really good free roll.
If I wasn't here in the booth with you, I would be figuring out how to play that right now alongside you.
I don't blame you. So, you said it was a 5,000 package?
Yeah, to
5,000 euro package?
Yes, I believe. I don't know if it's euros or dollars, but it's very close.
Well, yeah, sure.
But it includes a 3,000 buy-in to the Millions main event in Dublin, which would be a fantastic event. I expect to be there. I'm 99.5% going to be there, but
that's
always
high.
that 0.5% chance.
Yeah.
It is inked on my calendar. I will go straight from Malta to Dublin and have some fun with you all. I may even play it, Matt, so we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I was told to come, so I will come.
The main.
Not the main, but I'll
Okay.
play some of the
Some
side events.
stuff,
Maybe play
yeah.
the main if I'll play maybe a satellite for the main, but I'm not rolled to play 3Ks.
Sure,
on
yeah, yeah. Look how Salvatore's wearing that patch on the shoulder, just flying in the wind behind him.
He's a character, Salvatore.
It's just sticking straight up off the shoulder.
And Eros now, at least it's suited this time, but we mentioned that really any two will do. We did see him fold to 5-3, which we said, okay, the absolute bottom of his range he's not opening with, but it seems like if it's slightly greater than absolute bottom, it's being opened.
It's interesting where to draw the line, because it's all so bad, right? 10-5 versus 5-3. I mean, it's sort of in the same class. So, I don't know. I guess just having one of those high cards is enough.
But with 5-3, you can't flop you can't have any straight possible.
It's a very good point. Very good point.
You could still have two different flushes, though.
Oh, get another tester.
And flop a backdoor wheel draw.
He's consistent. Another fold with the bottom.
So Time Stanley giving you some nice congrats for your final table appearance.
Thank you very much, Time Stanley. I appreciate it. Get to come back to the stream with a healthy roll.
We've had Matt on the TV table twice, and now I think this is your third time in the booth. Yes, it is your third time. Yesterday we were here for a while, and then on one of the earlier days, I think it was for the Creator's Crown, a bit after you busted that, you came to join us for a little bit of time.
I had forgotten about that. Yeah, I guess third time on the comms this week. Couple of TV table play. Got to explore the country. It's just a good week. Got a lot done this week.
That's good.
Yeah.
You work very hard at what you do, so if you're able to combine this trip with a little bit of R&R and probably you met some of your fans for the first time as well.
So many people I met here, which was cool. More than other stops that I had been to. So yeah, it was nice to meet a lot of people. A lot of people came up and said hi, or they're like, "Oh, I know you from the stream. I think maybe I don't know. I know your face." So yeah, had a lot of good conversations that way. Very friendly.
And you got a lot of poker in. I know you played the 5K high roller. Did you qualify into that one? I know you played a satellite. Nice. You
And just played it.
You just went straight in, and then you had the nice run in the 3K. You couldn't play the mystery bounty because of the overlap with the 3K. You weren't able to make a run in this, but you didn't have a lot of opportunity to do so due to everything else happening.
Yeah, I would have loved to try to play more entries into this Grand Prix. Looking at the schedule, there were so many opportunities, but it clashed every single time for me somehow. So
I think the big one was that Creator's Crown, which was a lot of fun to be commentating. A lot of fun people. Some really good poker players mixed in with some that maybe have played once or twice before in their lifetime, who held their own, I have to say. And then you had guys like Kim, who took second place. I know he loves to play, but he's playing mostly like home games, occasionally like a stream game, and I was quite impressed with Let's Give It a Spin's poker acumen during that event, even though he didn't win it. It was actually Yo Viral that won that, but then he gave that back and more during his Yo Virals game.
As is tradition. I mean, Yo Viral won, I think, like a bunch of all-ins, heads up, right, to come back, something like that?
Yes. It was like 4 out of 5 hands or something. Not much really Kim could have done in that spot. But he had a good experience. I spoke to Kim a little bit afterwards. It seemed like everybody at that table had a good experience. I thought maybe it was Masi's turn to pull one out of Eros' playbook, but he does fold that 10-6. Eros was limping a little bit from the small blind, but that was before he went over 50 million. Let's see if he changes his strategy. Is he open folding? He did open fold. Jocks showing, I believe, the king. Maybe showing both. He is showing both. So very
It's an
interesting.
interesting fold. It is.
I know it's a walk there, but the fact that he was opening everywhere else, it means he doesn't really want to be playing pots out of position, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest. Maybe they're just not comfortable with where to put that hand in a call or a bluff raise, or it just doesn't want to get involved. So, or maybe has a lot of respect for just who is in the big blind. Doesn't want to play as many pots with weak hands against Jocks, as opposed to the other players potentially.
It looks like we're losing Valkyrie in the chat, wishing everyone an amazing day, but maybe just being friendly. So if you are leaving, thank you for tuning in all week. And Masi folding his queen 5. Salvatore hasn't been able to get much happening. He's playing the same as he was when he was on penalty. But meanwhile, Eros now with the pocket 8s. The snowman will get opened. We've discovered on the button he opens any 2 other than maybe 5-3 offsuit. That was the only fold we've seen thus far by Eros since he's built up his stack. Opening for 1.2. And Jocks thinking about playing a medium strength hand. It is kind of strongish too with the king 8 suited. We did see him 3-bet once with a stronger hand than that. But that was before Eros was up to 50 million. That was when Eros was around 23, 24 million. I still think you have to wait Salvatore out before 3-betting in these spots, but you can 3-bet fold and still have some chips. Does take the safe route with the fold. And Marcello with the suited Robbie. And also folds. Yeah, so the blinds are at a 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante, so it's 1.25 million getting in every pot before a flop is dealt, before any more chips go into the pot. And the blinds are going up slowly today at every 1 hour, so it gives players some playability. I do need to confirm, perhaps on the next break, whether there are any plans to reduce the clock at a later point in time. But we'll all learn that together as soon as I have that information. You will have it. When I checked before the start of play, it seemed like that was certainly going to be a possibility. And look at the chip counts here, Matt. So
over 100 big
is
blinds.
Nobody, it basically handcuffs Jocks and Massimiliano. Not to so much to Marcello unless he winds up facing off against Eros. They really need Salvatore to lose that stack or double and get back into it before the action will pick up again. Otherwise, Eros is loving this situation. He can just open every hand knowing that people can only play back at him with something very strong. And even if he didn't know that, he's going to be opening up ace-9 from the cutoff. That was very deliberate again.
Yeah, it
I
seems
think that's just his move.
That's kind of how he does it, yeah.
And open for 1.2. Or maybe somebody told them we're examining how deliberate your bets are.
Yeah.
Because the players did have a break when we were on break, but that was 30 minutes before. And we do know some people on the rail are either watching on Twitch or YouTube. And if you want to chat with me, head to the Party Poker TV Twitch. The YouTube is a great place to watch it, but if you want to interact with the Party Poker community and the commentators, then we're trying to respond to as many people as possible. Plus, it's a great group. Any questions you ask get immediately answered, not only by our amazing mod Supernova, but by other people in the chat. Very comfortable here, but I do see that there are a lot of people checking this out on YouTube. That will probably be where I go tomorrow when I will rewatch. And thank you for the compliment, Time Stanley, saying that he understands that we had some small tiny hiccups in the very, very beginning, days and days ago, and now he's enjoying the quality. And he may be fibbing here. Something about all the commentating being great?
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know.
At least 3 times this week, right?
Yeah, at least 3 times.
At least 3 times, yeah.
Yesterday's Mystery Bounty Final Table commentating was great because we had Matt here the entire time. And glad you have been enjoying it. I've been enjoying checking out everybody in the Twitch chat, watching the action.
Let's see what Salvatore has in the big blind here. I mean, it started the hand with 5 big blinds. He's facing the big stack.
And by now he should caught on that Eros' opening range is pretty much anything outside of 5-3. He doesn't know what hand he folded, but basically folded one set of, what, 10, 15 hands? In an unopened pot situation anyway. And Salvatore does not look comfortable. Who can blame him, though? It wasn't just a min raise, so he'd be putting in about half his stack, but he already has $1 million in the pot. The thing is, he has the least amount of pressure as a short stack. I know that sounds strange and counterintuitive, but he has actually the least to lose at this standpoint. Don't mind the fold. If it was a min bet, I think you kind of need to call there, but he may be actually just now waiting it out, hoping somebody busts in the next orbit. Ah, Svekas Resus. We have somebody that knows I live in Lithuania. So welcome. If you are in Vilnius this weekend, I will be playing on Saturday night at the casino, so maybe I will see you there, bringing a lot of British people with me, in fact. 27 to be exact, so get ready for some invasion of sorts.
27 British people at the Lithuanian casino.
That play public games.
Wow.
They play on Party Poker, actually. That's the LPPL that has a league on Party Poker.
There you go. It's a good night to go to the casino.
Ah, it's Ritas from Ireland. So maybe I see you in Dublin. I'll be in Dublin for the Party Poker Millions Dublin on October 31st and November 5th. Maybe I see you as a package winner, too, if you play the free roll.
Well, Salvatore has made it through the blinds. Just barely.
I mean, to be fair, even if he doesn't, nobody else busts out before he has to go in, he kind of had a dream spot where he's been sitting on the short stack just watching player after player after player hit the rail at the final table. So he's laddered up quite nicely, so Salvatore should be happy regardless of where he finishes. I know he wants that trophy. That is a very long shot, but it can happen.
I think at this point, once you've collected a nice payday and you are the clear short stack, you've maybe made more than you should have based on your stack. I think you're happy.
And Eros with a hand. This could get a little bit nasty for Jocks, depending on what he has. Thinking about what to do. It may be just a complete. Yeah, he seems to like to complete from out of position in the small blind. It's not the first time we've seen him do it with, this is a pretty strong hand to be doing it with, but doesn't seem to like to jack up the pots a bit. But this could spell trouble for Jocks in a limp pot.
I'm not so sure he's going to want to raise this one up.
Not with Salvatore as short as he is, especially. If he was thinking about it, then that might likely came into his mindset. And meanwhile, Eros not raising, and now he doesn't know where he stands on this king, queen, 5 flop. 2 hearts, he has a heart in his hand, but it's 2 overcards to his 10. Meanwhile, Jocks may feel he has showdown value as well. And it's another heart on the turn. Eros checking again. Chances are this checks all the way down. And a queen of clubs pairing the board on the river. Eros actually probably is fairly confident he's ahead at this point because the king likely would have bet the turn. And although the queen paired the board, it does make it less likely that a queen is in his opponent's hand. And bets about 80% of the pot. 1.2 million into 1.5 in the limp pot that went check, 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 check. I think he kind of, I mean, we know he shouldn't call from a results-oriented point of view, but I think you kind of need to call here. Only because Eros can be doing this with any 2, and you have a bluff catcher that is halfway decent after the board pairs with the queen. But he does call, gets a little bit of bad news, but we can see the cards, he can't. I do not mind that call at all. I mind it only because he's up against 10s, but other than that, and a vacuum, I don't mind it.
I wonder if he'll be interested to see 10s shown down there after the action, the limp pre-flop.
Yeah, that's very interesting. A limp strategy from the small blind, a limp fold strategy, because that's the only position he's really folding from.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more raises. I mean, I think when there's 2 very big stacks, it makes sense to keep the pots small. You maybe don't want to clash in a massive pot, but with the chip lead being so severe already, I think it allows you to play a lot of raises and go for value that way, because your opponent's maybe not going to do the raising for you quite enough with the short stack. So, yeah, I don't know. I think playing a heavy raise strategy would make some sense, but...
Meanwhile, Salvatore found his spot with a decent hand with king, queen offsuit. It is just a 3 big blind jam. Expect at least somebody to call him. I'm not necessarily expecting Eros to be that player from the button. But Jocks is a different story. Decision time for him. He understands that Salvatore needs to get it in soon with just 3 big blinds. Still ace-4. If it was a bigger shove, for sure would be a fold. I think just because I'm not in the big blind, I fold. In the big blind, I have to think about it a little bit more. But I think then I feel I'm priced in and call. But if you call here and you're raised upon, do you really need to be the one to do this here? I'm definitely not raising if I'm Jocks, but a call is fine. And if the big blind calls, then it increases the chances that Salvatore is going to hit the rail in 5th place. Meanwhile, Salvatore would be more than happy with a walk. We could see it nearly doubles his stack just by getting a walk.
Yeah, I think call and then fold if the big blind does anything is probably the right way to go here. It is small enough, I think. If it was a little larger, I think fold is great.
And look at this, Marcello waking up with the 7s. So it's good he definitely didn't shove. I mean, if he had like an ace, jack, or queen, then it would be a different story. I don't think he could really shove with the ace-4 to begin with. I mean, he could do what he wants. It's his chips, but in terms of the best play.
7s are just calling here in the big blind.
Yeah, there's no reason to play a big pot at this point. But Salvatore, look at this. It's a dream 9 king 8 flop with 2 clubs. Does not have the clubs in his hand, but did flop the top pair. But oh no, Jocks improving to a better pair on the turn with the ace of hearts coming, connecting with this ace of spades. Needs a king or a queen to stay alive, but it's the 5 of hearts coming on the river. So very nice run for Salvatore Ritrovato, finishing in 5th place for 30,100 euros. And now all the players earned an extra 14,000 euros. The top 4 guaranteed 44,100 euros. Of course, it's possible I'm a little bit premature. Marcello blows up his stack.
you don't
But
have nothing, it's not your interest to put money. Effort.
so Marcello actually sharing, if you had nothing, then this bet is horrible, and does get out of the way, and we'll be happy to see that Jocks had his sevens beat. But very good game for Salvatore. We lost another one of the local players. Always deep in events here at Portomaso Casino, integrated into the Maltese poker community.
Great
And
showing.
Yeah, very great showing.
Have you ever seen anyone make that much money while on a penalty? I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know if
that's
I have.
amazing. Penalty ladder is a real thing. So Matt is going to be heading off now that we're down to 4 players. He has a tournament to win. He's going to be entering a 200 buy-in side event, the final side event of the Party Poker Live Million. So best of luck to Matt. And although I hope not to see you back in the booth because that means some showers happened in your event, maybe we see you back.
You know, as much as I love the booth, I want to play the last event here at the series, you know, see if I can get that trophy. So I'm going to go play, but who knows? Maybe I make it back for heads up. Maybe I'm out quickly. So
Salvatore,
cheers, Thank
our
you.
5th place winner. We're going to give you the win for 5th place. Bravo. How are you feeling, Salvatore?
Good.
Good. How was the last hand? L'ultima mano, com'era?
Ultima mano sono corto, puscio K dama e mi chiamano in 2 e prende l'assa river e vince, esce l'assa K flop, assa river e perdo.
Short stack, he went in with king queen. That's how it is, poker. And now, next step, prossimo passo per te, quale sarà?
Non gioco tutti I giorni, devo giocare sempre tutti.
Cosa farai with your winnings? What are you going to do with your winnings?
Me li gioco tutto a poker.
Oh my gosh, he's going to throw it all back in poker. Well done, Salvatore. Bravo. Okay, thank you.
Want to give a massive thank you to Matt Staples for joining us before entering the final event of the Party Poker Live Millions Malta. So we wish Matthew the best of luck. We hope he goes home with that trophy. We actually have the same flight tomorrow to Paris, so I'm hoping that I see him in Paris with the trophy over his head, walking around with a lot of pride on his face. And we are down to just 4 players. They've already locked up 44,000 euros, so quite a nice showing for the final 4. And Dave is asking what is Dave asking? I saw him. What a penalty ladder is. So what happened is that Salvatore got a small penalty, not for something that he did that was that bad, but you know, the players were asked not to speak Italian in hands, etc., and Salvatore had to sit out a handful of hands, 2, 3, 4 hands, and during that time, he had the short stack, and one player busted, and as soon as he comes out, another player busted. And Eros now with a hand, ace-jack, raising to 1.2 million. Marcello is calling from the small blind with a king-jack that is dominated by Eros. If it's a jack-high flop, this could spell a little bit of trouble for Marcello, but instead it's a very low 3-7-5 rainbow flop. Not really favoring either player's range too much. More Eros because he can open any 2. If you're flatting from the small blind, it's usually with premium kind of cards. There are some suited connectors that maybe would connect here. But instead, it's a low flop. Marcello with nothing. Eros firing out a bet. Marcello immediately folding, and now Eros near 60 million in chips. It's been a dominating display by the chip leader at the table, Eros. He came in with the chip lead and then just kept the momentum going. There's about 112 million chips in play, give or take a few 100,000, so it's more than half the chips now in Eros' stack. I know he is the one that the Italian media is at least rooting for. After speaking to them this morning, the first two names that came out of their mouths were Eros and Andrea. It looks like it was a min raise to 1 million from Jocks, and indeed it was. I'm still waiting for Jocks to get jacks. Has not happened yet at the feature table. I don't think we've had any player with jacks, actually. Maybe Jocks has him blocked with his name. And is Eros going to defend? He does have some equity with 2 live cards. Could very well be dominated by the cut off or under the gun open, which is the same thing in 4-handed play, and does defend. And flops 2 spades on the ace, queen, queen flop, but is still miles behind Jocks, who connected with his ace for 2 pair. Both players check, giving Eros a free card on the turn, and now connects with the 9. That's not really enough. And it's become a much wetter board now with 2 spades and 2 diamonds. Also a hand like 10 jack has a nice draw. Of course, Eros might be thinking that Jocks check back a queen or even ace queen, but also understands that he could put pressure on any player at the table at the moment. And we'll be betting 900,000. I do not expect Jocks to raise here, but I do expect him to put that 900,000 in for a call. But let's see how he plays. He came all the way out from Argentina as a passport winner. Has had a fantastic time, always smiling all week long. Now things have gone a little bit more serious for him with all this money on the line, and I know he also wants to bring back the trophy to Argentina. And look at this, he is not just calling, he is raising, I think, to somewhere near 2.7 million. We will see in a second. It is to 2.7 million. And now Eros has some plays for concern, maybe wondering if even if he completes his flush draw, if it's good. But I think he will be calling. He can afford this one. Does find the call. And a blank 7 of diamonds on the river. I mean, it does pair with Jocks 7, but it's really an irrelevant card. He already had the 2 pair. It does go check, check, and Jocks back to 20 million after taking down the pot, after flopping the 2 pair with aces and queens. And Eros not completing his flush draw. Oh ho, I have the free roll all wrong, folks. Apparently, even more has been added to it, so it's 5,500 in cash on top of the 5,000 Irish Millions package that will be awarded manually to the player that wins it. So amazing that you're playing for more than 10,000 in total in a free roll. Well done, Party Poker. So we were speaking about Jocks getting the jacks, and right away he gets jacks right after mentioning that. And Massimimo getting a little bit ambitious with this open from the button with the 4-3 suited. I do expect a 3-bet coming from Jocks, but maybe he will just call. When your name is Jocks and you get jacks, maybe then you will win with jacks. Jacks can be a very dangerous hand at times, where there's a million ways to play it, and it seems like each one of them winds up being wrong. So jacking it up, it looks like to about 4.5 million. It is 4.5 million. This should be a snap fold for Massiferro. Massi does fold, and now Jocks picking up the pot with the jacks. And the effective stacks just got shorter because blinds have now gone up to 300,000, 600,000 with the 600,000 big blind ante. So it's going to be 1.5 million in the pot. I hope you've been enjoying this as much as me. I always love watching how big stacks approach games. And Eros really putting on a clinic. Not taking any big risks, slowly building up his stack. Obviously there was that one massive pot with kings where he took out a player with ace-king. But outside of that, it's been pure aggression with small ball. And back at it at the button with the 9-3 suited. But meanwhile, could we see back-to-back 3-bets by Jocks here? He did just 3-bet the jacks. Perhaps thinking about doing the same thing with ace-queen. So it does just call, playing it safe. And look at this, Eros pulling out ahead on the 4-3-7 flop, 2 diamonds, bottom pair for Eros. Jocks checks. Let's see if Eros continues. Sometimes he continues on flops, sometimes on turns. Does check it back in this instance. But now Eros should feel very confident, improving to trips on the 3 of diamonds turn. Has his opponent drawing dead. So if it was Jocks having jacks this time, he would be in a spot of bother, but he should be able to get out of the way. He may want to call this, thinking he has live cards. But the fact that he has no diamonds in his hand, I think he can fold and see a better spot. He's going to double check to make sure. I think he doesn't have any diamonds in his hand. and eventually does make the correct laydown. So nice awareness there by Jocks. Meanwhile, Eros continuing to win pot after pot after pot. Dave saying easy fold. You have to remember that even if we think it's an easy fold, that there could be some history, some leveling, and of course you're playing for a lot of money, so I'm happy to see that Jocks is actually taking his time before eventually coming up with a decision that I think we kind of all agreed with at this point. Couple of new names in the chat today, so welcome Bo101 Jr. Rui Poker, welcome back again. Same with you, Tapio. Thank you, Dave and BPL, for keeping the chat alive, and very curious about how the free roll is going. Now we can see if Eros is back to opening any two. Nope, he folded a 5-3 before, so it's going to be the same with the 4 deuce, at least now. And speaking of 5-3, Jocks has it on the button. Not today, and it's a walk. What did Marcello have? 6-5, and Masi with the king-jack had the best hand. Does get his big blind ante back and another 300,000 from Marcello, but that 300,000 is going right back in as a small blind for Masi. So still 247 players in the free roll. How many spots pay, Dave, if you have the lobby open? I'm very curious about all of this. I know that not only is it $5,500 in cash prizes, but also a 5K package on top. So Party Poker pulling out all the stops here. Originally this was going to be a $5,500 free roll, but a package added to the winner on top of all that to the Party Poker Dublin over at the Intercontinental Dublin from October 31st to November 5th. Maybe I arrive in a Halloween costume to that bad boy, being it's October 31st. But we shall see what kind of mood I'm in. So 79 places played. That's rather nice as well. So 79 of you guys in the community will get some free money courtesy of Party Poker in this free roll. And 24H taking care of me. Thank you, Hamar, bringing in some dark magic here in the form of Kava. So Masi with the ace-9. Opening up for 3x from the small blind, and Eros now with the ducks. Will be calling. It is a coin flip situation if all 5 cards came out of the board, but since there's betting actions, even though Eros is now ahead, still on this 5 queen king flop with 2 clubs, Massimillo, if he starts betting, it's going to be hard for Eros to win the hand. And Masi on top of the ace of clubs does have other backdoors as well. So it's not just the backdoor flush, and we'll be betting. We'll see if Eros is being a little bit sticky. Does quickly call, very interesting in a blind versus blind situation, perhaps thinking that his opponent is full of it. And the board pairing actually favors Eros to some degree. If he didn't buy the story before, he's not going to buy it now. The problem is if the board double pairs his hand, it becomes the worst in poker. He would only be playing the board at that point. So Masi now betting again to 2.9 million, actually putting 2.4 million, putting the pressure on the chip leader, who we see at the moment that if it went to showdown is nearly a 3-1 favorite. And Eros making the call, not buying the story from Masi. Masi still has tons of cards that can improve him. The 10 of clubs is not one of them. He does have less than a pot size bet behind. If he jams, it will likely work, but it's awfully hard to pull the trigger here. Masi taking his time, perhaps thinking about, should I jam here? Is this my spot? Or does my opponent actually have something? The problem is his opponent could have been calling with hands like 10-jack, could have been calling with 2 clubs. Pretty much that 10 of clubs completes a lot of the draws, but if he's putting his opponent on a made hand like a king X, then it kind of turns around the other way, but it does go check, check. Eros able to win that pot with the ducks. He was ahead the entire way, but facing bets on the flop and turn, showing no fear with calling both times, and now is at 62 million in chips. Poker's most popular game just got better with thousands of different multipliers, up to 240 times your buy-in. The bigger the multiplier, the more you can win. And who doesn't want to play for 1.2 million? 3 players. Thousands of possibilities. And the thousands of possibilities in spins overdrive is a real thing. I did take a test drive the other day just to see what it was all about. And it's like retro graphics, but then you have like a meter moving up and it just continues to go up and up and up until it stops. But the multipliers can be anything. Like I had a multiplier 2.76 in my game, so it doesn't have to be the standard 2, 3, 5, 10 that you might see elsewhere. So I'm looking forward to going on the spins overdrive grind when I get back to Lithuania tomorrow at some point. And Massimillo jamming. He was down to about 16 big blinds with the Jack 10 suited. This should get the job done. With 1.5 million in the pot between the big blind and the small blind every single hand before any action, does increase his stack significantly. So good luck with the spin, Dave. And we have our chip leader in the chat. So Marcin, best of luck. And Rato, 666, 999, or to say Rato 669 in the chat as well. Thank you for joining us, and good afternoon to you as well. So it looks like our TV table dealer Francesca is back, doing a good job all week. I like how we can make out the chips through Eros's glasses there. I'm always paranoid about wearing glasses at the table because of the reflectiveness. But when you're at a TV table, the lights can be a bit brighter than you're used to. A lot of poker rooms have dim lights, but the TV table is a stark contrast to that. So it's not necessarily that we see the players wearing sunglasses because they always do. It could be also that they're at the TV table and they want to dim down the light a little bit for their eyes. But meanwhile, we have Masi opening up to 1.3 million with Queen 10. Eros, who likes to open wide, but we've seen him not like to open with the 5-3 and 4 deuce. Jocks thought it over and decided not today with my Jack 10, and Marcello only showing up with the 8 deuce. So Messi up to 12 million now. So for those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. We are live for the conclusion of the Party Poker Live Millions Festival in Malta. And with that, we will have a winner at some point today in the €1 million Grand Prix, 2,237 runners. And now the mission is clear for the final four. Only one of these four players will win the coveted trophy and the €144,000 top prize, and it's looking like Eros is in the driver's seat to do that with more than half the chips in play. In the chip lead to start the final table, never let go, just continuously adding to his stack and putting on a clinic about how to play poker with a big stack. Eros opening up to 1.4, but it's Marcello waking up with the Cowboys from the small blind. Counting out a 3-bet. It looks like to about 4.1 million, but we'll get a confirmation soon. Maybe actually a little bit more. To 4.4 million. Masi folds, and it's up to Eros, who will likely also fold. He does quickly fold, and Marcello at 21 million in chips. I have a question for the chat once again, and I ask this every now and again. Let's say you qualified in for the Party Poker Millions and you were playing the Grand Prix, trucking along its final four. You have a stack like Eros's, you just steamroll it to the win, and you have €144,000 in your pocket. What are you doing with that money that you just won? Are you putting it into your poker bankroll? Are you buying something with it, or just saving it for a rainy day? Very curious, because pretty much everybody has a different answer to that question. A min raise by Jocks with 2 pairs below Jacks. Oh my, what's here? Eros with 7s. So it's 9s against 7s. What is Eros going to do? If he calls, then we may have some leveling wars going on, but if he 3-bets, then it's a completely different story. So it does play it safe with a call. Oh my, this is trouble for Jocks. It's a set for Eros on the 8-7-4 rainbow flop, but Jocks with the overpair, and Eros quickly checks. This is the kind of flop that Jocks should be continuing on a lot of the time, but opposite check it back, perhaps saving himself. And the 6 of diamonds on the turn actually gives him an open ender now, so opens up not only a 9 as an out, but a 5 gives him a straight, and a 10 gives him a better straight. So 10 outs now for Jocks. It's a bet of 1.9. Now, if Jocks raises here, it's going to hurt him quite a lot. He may just opt to call. He may be afraid about fives in Eros' hand. That would have already made a straight, but even then I think he has to call because he could still draw to a better straight, and it isn't that big of a bet. You are in position in the hand as well, which makes a difference. So 7.1 million in the pot. And it's a blank jack of spades on the river, so Eros still ahead with this set. Probably knows he's far ahead, as Jocks shouldn't really have any fives. He could have a 10-9 suited, but what if he just called the turn there with that? What if he tried to bet the flop with that? Perhaps. And Eros coming to a similar conclusion. This will be for value. He's sizing it up. It looks like the 5.5 is counted out already. It looks like to 5.2 million. Maybe 4.2 if there were stacks of 4, but I think it is 5.2. It looks like 5.2. Graphics says 4.2. Very good sizing at either level. And it's going to be hard for Jocks to get away from this. But maybe he's buying the story that's being told. Our Party Poker Passport winner, thinking about what to do with his nines. Does make the call, only to get the bad news that he was ahead pre-flop but fell very behind on the flop. And Eros now at an all-time high of 68 million in chips, and it's Jocks who is now the short stack with 11 million, nearly 20 big blinds, so he's not in immediate jeopardy. Yeah, it's been a fantastic event, Marcin. So not only were there a lot of entries in this, but pretty much every side event had big numbers. So it's been a fantastic event. Players having fun as well. A lot of the players that we see have qualified through various means, including live satellites at the casino. There were some games in localized in different locations where there were satellites held, and of course online at Party Poker. So players got in at different price points. In addition to that, there were a couple of early bird flights where the buy-in was 400 and not 550. And it was great to see on the final day when it was getting very close to that 1 million guarantee, when it peaked right over. Mossy thinking about how much to open from the button with King Queen suited. It's way too strong of a hand to do anything but open. So while we're waiting for Mossy to act to enter the free roll, You can just hit exclamation password to get the password, which is final extra 23. So get on in, but please stick around. You can share how you're doing in the chat. You can watch to see who is going to win the Party Poker Grand Prix Malta for 144,000 euros. But meanwhile, Massimiliano deciding to jam, gets a fold from Eros in the small binding, also gets Jocks to fold the weak ace from the big blind, and is now up to 20 big blinds. I can tell Dave is a man that sometimes thinks about his bad beats. If he's saying ace king versus ace queen is a coin flip. But I think he meant he got it all in with ace king, the very first hand of the free roll, and got a hold against ace queen. So good luck to you, Dave. Off to a nice start. So Masi opening up to 1.3 million from the cutoff slash under the gun. And Eros with a decent hand with the snowman. Is he going to 3-bet or call? It looks like he's reaching for 3-bet chips. Those pink ones are $500,000 each. And it is a 3-bet, maybe to 4 million. To 3.5 million. Jocks folds his Jack 6. Ooh, Marcello with 5s. Marcello was thinking about something, but then results-oriented correct fold there. He would have been up against the 8s of Eros, but now what is Massimiliano going to do? It was a slightly wide open for him. Hasn't snap folded it, so maybe thinking of making a move. It would look rather strong to 4-bet jam, and we can see he wouldn't be in terrible shape if he did so. It would be a coin flip. On the other hand, he can't just put Eros on the exact hand that he has, and does indeed fold. So Eros now over 70 million for the first time. The short stacks get shorter, and Eros just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Eros first to act from under the gun. Let's see if he keeps the money train rolling with another open. Looks like a min raise coming from Eros to 1.2 million. Jocks with the Jack 3. An even weaker Jack from Marcello. And Masi not waking up with much, but he may want to defend. Is actually fairly live against the Queen 7. So not the worst flop here for either player. Eros flopping top pair on the Queen 10 to monotone spade flop, and Massimiliano with the flush draw and a gut shot. This could create some action. So it was a check by Masi. Eros betting 1.6 million and Masi jamming his stack of 9.3 million with his draw. Probably praying for Eros to fold, even though he's not in bad shape, but would be flipping for his tournament life. And Eros with top pair, deciding what to do. It is such a draw-heavy board. Plus, it is possible that his opponent made a flush. We see that Masi did not. That he does have a flush draw and not a flush. The suspense. I like that Eros is thinking about it. Did Masi do this before? No. But was Masi the short stack before? No. And he flashes the Queen of Clubs. That's very interesting. I'm not sure you want to give away that free information. So nice awareness there by Masi. Up to 14 million. Here is a look at all the chip counts. We can get an idea of how massive Eros' lead is. And that might be one of the reasons why he folded. He doesn't want to start going in a downward direction when everything is going his way with the small ball. And it's 3 Italians and 1 Argentinian at the table. Jocks and Marcello both fold. And Masi is definitely not folding with the pocket nines. Opening up for 1.8 million, a 3x from the small blind. Although Eros does play a lot of hands, especially in position, I do not believe this has to be one of them, but maybe he feels otherwise. Does let go of it. And Masi up to 15 million. It might be fun if you guys were interested in the chat to start, let's say, like a spins overdrive challenge. I was talking a bit about it with Matt earlier, and he even created like some sort of ladder competition going on that he enjoyed on the stream when he is busy on the Twitch streets. But I'd be curious what the highest multiplier any of you can get today while we are still live. So if you are playing them, I do not care what the buy-in is. That's irrelevant, at least to me. But if we get any multipliers above 5, let's get them in the chat.
7 raise. 1,350,000.
So Marcello opening it up for 1.4 million. With ace-4 suited. Is Masi going to make a move with his trace? All three options actually on the table for Masi Ferro. All three of the shorter stacks want something to happen to the other short stacks or finding an amazing spot to double. Eros folding from the small blind, and Jocks is not going to play the 9-4 from the big blind. His stack gets shorter. Meanwhile, Marcello back above 20 million. I'm not sure what Eros is asking, but if you understand Italian a little better than I do, perhaps somebody in the chat can interpret for us.
Just English, you repeat to me. Just English. When you're in the car, when you don't have a car, every time English. Yeah.
The future of spins is coming. Check out what the spins are all about. The Spins Overdrive. And back to the action, Masi with the suited king opening up for 1.5 million. And it sounds like one of the side events is nearby because we heard seat open table 4, but that's not our table. Meanwhile, Jocks in a dream situation has the short stack with the big slick. I won't be surprised for him to jam or bet something very close to a jam. If it was an open pot, he can still just open if he prefers. People have different stack depths before they start jamming. It is a jam, folks, and look at this. Marcello waking up with the ace-queen suited, making the snap call. Massimiliano getting out of the way, and it's heads up between ace-king and ace-queen. Jocks is at risk, but in an amazing spot to double. Is more than a 2-to-1 favorite. So let's see if Jocks' big slick can hold against Marcello's ace-queen suited. So far, so good on the 10-5 jack flop for Jocks. Now needs to fade a king and not a queen or running hearts. 5 of diamonds on the turn, safe for the ace-king. Increases the likelihood of there being a chop, though. And it's a 10 of spades on the river. The board double pairs, so a little bit unfortunate for Jocks. Marcello getting a little bit of a save, players getting their chips back. In a split pot, you can see both players made a little bit off the blinds and the antes, or actually off the open by Masi. Not that, because these two players were in the blinds and antes, so they get that back, and also split the min raise by Masi, who had the king 6 of hearts. So although this is the biggest event going on today, there are a couple of ending side events happening today. Jonathan Reb has been updating the Party Poker blog with some nice updates about what's been happening on the previous days, and article form, so you can really get a flavor of the poker action just by going to the Party Poker blog. So massive props to Jonathan for all his hard work this week, doing an amazing job as the media coordinator for this event. If you prefer an Italian, I'm sure there is Italian coverage as well. Shout out to Cesare if you're listening. He is very intrigued by this final table, as are players from Italy and poker fans from Italy, being that there are 3 Italians. And from meeting Jocks on the very first day of this festival, I did learn he is a poker journalist as well. So we probably have a lot of fans from Argentina. So suerte to Jocks to make this run going. And although I have been saying his name differently a few times, we did make a few jokes that I'm just going to start calling you fish hooks for Jacks, but no, it doesn't really fit him. So no nicknames for players today, like we had GL Giorgio yesterday when his first name translated to good luck in Greek. But meanwhile, it is Jocks with a decision to make off a 16 big blind stack from the button, facing an open from Eros, who has been basically opening with complete impunity and showing no fear, putting in 2/3 of a stack, saying, I'm ready to go. This should get Marcello out of the way, although Marcello would probably be out of the way anyway, just the Eros is open. Our poker fashion guy, Marcello, I do love his style for the day with the scarf, the purple hoodie, color coordinated. He dressed for poker success. And Masi with the matching king 3, his is hearts, Eros is diamonds, does fold, and Eros likely to fold as well. And we hear some on the Argentinian rail clapping for hopefully a little bit of momentum for Jocks. He had things going earlier in the day and then just had to sit back and watch other players play hands while his stack was dwindling, but now back up to 12 million in chips.
Yeah, was my cousin. Yeah, Rene was my cousin. Cousin of my father. El señor es Marcello. Yes.
Here's a look at Jocks' profile here. Pretty solid statistics. We got our graphics for the blinds up there now. We're on hand 59. It will be 300, 600 for a little bit more time, and after this level there will be another break. After the break, the blinds go up to 400,000, 800,000 before going up to $500,000, a million. But still plenty of action to be had. Right now it's Eros in cruise control, but that can quickly change. If he doubles one of those 20 million stacks, then he's fairly even with that player that he doubled. Looks like we have a double rail going for Martin. He's not only playing the free roll, watching the stream, but also railing Dave. So good to hear. Unless he's talking about that ace-king versus ace-queen, but I'm not sure if it's that hand or another double for Dave. But feel free to keep giving updates on the free rolls. If you're playing the spins overdrive, I'm curious how big of a multiplier you can get during the stream. And Eros waking up with an absolute monster from the small blind. And you can never put Eros on a monster, considering he is opening a lot. But fortunately for Jacks, he does not have Jacks this hand and just has 7-4. and can quickly let it go. And Eros showing this time. Showing sometimes I have it. You might want to be careful, Jacks. And either we are on a break or two players just decided to sit out for a little while. But with Jacks also getting up, it looks like we are going on a short break, folks. So we will be back very soon with blinds at 400,000, 800,000. So stay tuned. This is Jason Glatzer at the Party Poker Live Millions Malta for the conclusion of the Grand Prix. Opening for 1.2, and Jocks thinking about playing a medium strength hand. It is kind of strongish too with the King 8 suited. We did see him 3-bet once with a stronger hand than that, but that was before Eros was up to 50 million. That was when Eros was around 23, 24 million. I still think you have to wait Salvatore out before 3-betting in these spots, but you can 3-bet fold and still have some chips. Does take the safe route with the fold. And Marcello with the suited Robbie. And also folds.
Yeah, it
I
seems
think that's just his move.
That's kind of how he does it, yeah.
And open for 1.2. Or maybe somebody told them we're examining how deliberate your bets are.
Yeah.
Because the players did have a break when we were on break, but that was 30 minutes before. And we do know some people on the rail are either watching on Twitch or YouTube. And if you want to chat with me, head to the Party Poker TV Twitch. And glad you have been enjoying it. I've been enjoying checking out everybody in the Twitch chat, watching the action.
Let's see what Salvatore has in the big blind here. I mean, started the hand with 5 big blinds. He's facing the big stack.
And by now he should caught on that Eros' opening range is pretty much anything outside of 5-3. He doesn't know what hand he folded, but basically folded once out of, what, 10, 15 hands? In an unopened pot situation anyway. And Salvatore does not look comfortable. Who can blame him though? It wasn't just a min raise, so he'd be putting in about half his stack, but he already has $1 million in the pot. The thing is, he has the least amount of pressure as a short stack. I know that sounds strange and counterintuitive, but he has actually the least to lose at this standpoint. Don't mind the fold. If it was a min bet, I think you kind of need to call there, but He may be actually just now waiting it out, hoping somebody busts in the next orbit. This could get a little bit nasty for Jocks, depending on what he has. Thinking about what to do. It may be just a complete. Yeah, he seems to like to complete from out of position in the small blind. It's not the first time we've seen him do it with, this is a pretty strong hand to be doing it with, but doesn't seem to like to jack up the pots a bit. But this could spell trouble for Jocks in a limp pot.
I'm not so sure he's going to want to raise this one up.
Not with Salvatore as short as he is,
Yeah.
especially. If he was thinking about it, then that might likely came into his mindset. And meanwhile, Eros not raising, and now he doesn't know where he stands on this king, queen, 5 flop. 2 hearts, he has a heart in his hand, but it's 2 overcards to his 10. Meanwhile, Jocks may feel he has showdown value as well. And it's another heart on the turn. Eros checking again. Chances are this checks all the way down. And a queen of clubs pairing the board on the river. Eros actually probably is fairly confident he's ahead at this point because the king likely would have bet the turn. And although the queen paired the board, it does make it less likely that a queen is in his opponent's hand. And bets about 80% of the pot. 1.2 million into 1.5 in the limp pot that went check, 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 check. I think he kind of, I mean, we know he shouldn't call from a results-oriented point of view, but I think you kind of need to call here. Only because Eros can be doing this with any 2, and you have a bluff catcher that is halfway decent after the board pairs with the queen. But he does call, gets a little bit of bad news, but we can see the cards, he can't. I do not mind that call at all. I mind it only because he's up against 10s, but other than that, in a vacuum, I don't mind it. Meanwhile, Salvatore found his spot with a decent hand with king, queen offsuit. It is just a 3 big blind jam. Expect at least somebody to call him. I'm not necessarily expecting Eros to be that player from the button. But Jocks is a different story. Decision time for him. He understands that Salvatore needs to get it in soon with just 3 big blinds. Still ace-4. If it was a bigger shove, for sure would be a fold. I think just because I'm not in the big blind, I fold. In the big blind, I have to think about it a little bit more. But I think then I feel I'm priced in and call. But if you call here and you're raised upon, do you really need to be the one to do this here? I'm definitely not raising if I'm Jocks, but a call is fine. And if the big blind calls, then it increases the chances that Salvatore is going to hit the rail in 5th place. Meanwhile, Salvatore would be more than happy with a walk. We could see it nearly doubles his stack just by getting a walk.
Yeah, I think call and then fold if the big blind does anything is probably the right way to go here. It is small enough, I think. If it was a little larger, I think fold is great.
And look at this, Marcello waking up with the 7s. So it's good he definitely didn't shove. I mean, if he had like an ace, jack, or queen, then it would be a different story. I don't think he could really shove with the ace-4 to begin with. I mean, he could do what he wants. It's his chips. But in terms
like
of the best play.
7s are just calling here in the big blind.
Yeah, there's no reason to play a big pot at this point. But Salvatore, look at this. It's a dream 9 king 8 flop with 2 clubs. Does not have the clubs in his hand, but did flop the top pair. But oh no, Jocks improving to a better pair on the turn with the ace of hearts coming, connecting with this ace of spades. Needs a king or a queen to stay alive, but it's the 5 of hearts coming on the river. So very nice run for Salvatore Ritrovato, finishing in 5th place for 30,100 euros. And now all the players earned an extra 14,000 euros. The top 4 guaranteed 44,100 euros. Of course, it's possible I'm a little bit premature. Marcello blows up his stack.
If you don't
But
have nothing, it's not your interest to put money. I force.
so Marcello actually sharing. If you had nothing, then this bet is horrible, and does get out of the way, and we'll be happy to see that Jocks had his sevens beat. But very good game for Salvatore. We lost another one of the local players. Always deep in events here at Portomaso Casino, integrated into the Maltese poker community.
Great
And
showing.
Yeah, very great showing.
Have you ever seen anyone make that much money while on a penalty? I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know if
that's
I have.
amazing. Penalty ladder is a real thing. So Matt is going to be heading off now that we're down to 4 players. He has a tournament to win. He's going to be entering a 200 buy-in side event, the final side event of the Party Poker Live Million. So best of luck to Matt. And although I hope not to see you back in the booth because that means some showers happened in your event, maybe we see you back.
You know, as much as I love the booth, I want to play the last event here at the series, you know, see if I can get that trophy. So I'm going to go play, but who knows? Maybe I make it back for heads up. Maybe I'm out quickly. So
Salvatore,
Thank
our
you.
5th place winner. We're going to give you the win for 5th place. Bravo. How are you feeling, Salvatore?
Good, good.
Good. How was the last hand? L'ultima mano, com'era?
Ultima mano sono corto, puscio K dama e mi chiamano in 2 e prende l'assa river e vince. Esce l'assa K flop, assa river e perdo.
Short stack, he went in with king queen. It's how it is, poker. And now, next step, prossimo passo per te, quale sarà?
Non gioco tutti I giorni, devo giocare sempre tutti.
Cosa farai with your winnings? What are you going to do with your winnings?
Me li gioco tutto a poker.
Oh my gosh, he's going to throw it all back in poker. Well done, Salvatore. Bravo. Okay, thank you.
Want to give a massive thank you to Matt Staples for joining us before entering the final event of the Party Poker Live Millions Malta. So we wish Matt and Eros now with a hand ace jack raising to 1.2 million. Marcello is calling from the small blind with a king jack that is dominated by Eros. If it's a jack high flop, this could spell a little bit of trouble for Marcello, but instead it's a very low 3-7-5 rainbow flop. Not really favoring either player's range too much. More Eros because he can open any 2. If you're flatting from the small blind, it's usually with premium kind of cards. There are some suited connectors that maybe would connect here. But instead, it's a low flop. Marcello with nothing. Eros firing out a bet. Marcello immediately folding, and now Eros near 60 million in chips. I do not expect Jocks to raise here, but I do expect him to put that 900,000 in for a call. But let's see how he plays. He came all the way out from Argentina as a passport winner. Has had a fantastic time, always smiling all week long. Now things have gone a little bit more serious for him with all this money on the line, and I know he also wants to bring back the trophy to Argentina. And look at this, he is not just calling, he is raising, I think, to somewhere near 2.7 million. We will see in a second. It is to 2.7 million. And now Eros has some poise for concern, maybe wondering if even if he completes his flush draw, if it's good. But I think he will be calling. He can afford this one. Does find the call. And a blank 7 of diamonds on the river. I mean, it does pair with Jocks 7, but it's really an irrelevant card. He already had the 2 pair. It does go check, check, and Jocks back to 20 million after taking down the pot, after flopping the 2 pair with aces and queens, and Eros not completing his flush draw. So we were speaking about Jocks getting the jacks, and right away he gets jacks right after mentioning that. And Massimimo getting a little bit ambitious with this open from the button with the 4-3 suited. I do expect a 3-bet coming from Jocks, but maybe he will just call. When your name is Jocks and you get jacks, maybe then you will win with jacks. Jacks can be a very dangerous hand at times, where there's a million ways to play it, and it seems like each one of them winds up being wrong. So jacking it up, it looks like to about 4.5 million. It is 4.5 million. This should be a snap fold for Massiferro. Massi does fold, and now Jocks picking up that pot. Not waking up with much, but he may want to defend. Is actually fairly live against the Queen 7. So not the worst flop here for either player. Eros flopping top pair on the Queen 10 to monotone spade flop, and Massimilo with the flush draw and a gut shot. This could create some action. So it was a check by Masse. Eros betting 1.6 million, and Massi jamming his stack of 9.3 million with his draw. Probably praying for Eros to fold, even though he's not in bad shape, but would be flipping for his tournament life. And Eros with top pair, deciding what to do. It is such a draw-heavy board. Plus, it is possible that his opponent made a flush. We see that Massi did not. That he does have a flush draw and not a flush. The suspense. I like that Eros is thinking about it. Did Massi do this before? No. But was Massi the short stack before? No. And he flashes the Queen of Clubs. That's very interesting. I'm not sure you want to give away that free information. Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live at Portomasso Casino for the conclusion of the Party Poker Millions Malta Grand Prix. More than 1 million in the prize pool. It was a 1 million guaranteed event. 2,237 runners, and now the mission is clear for the final four. One of these players will walk away with the trophy, and the odds-on favorite throughout the day, and still is Eros Nastasi. He is a local player in a way, even though he is living in Sicily. He comes out to Malta for most of the big events. including the Malta Poker Festival, which will be coming to Portomaso pretty soon at the end of October. And right away, taking down the first pot, already adding to his stack just like that. And I have a little bit of news for you guys. It's not major news. We were actually, for the last blind level, playing a 45-minute level. That's why it went by a little bit quick. So the clock has been shortened, and it may shorten again during heads-up action as we suspected. So we are no longer at 1 hour blind levels, but being that we are four-handed, the action should move along much quicker than when we were 8 or 9-handed in terms of the amount of hands played during each blind level, despite the shorter clock. And Eros was folding these kind of hands early. These were the kind of hands that he was not playing, and he's continuing with that trend. Bottom of the range in the muck. But meanwhile, we have our Argentinian player, Jocks, with the 5s. Double patched with Party Poker Live. Very enthusiastic to bet here. Actually triple patched because I see one on each shoulder. Very enthusiastic player. Always smiling, enjoying himself, and is a passport winner. Min raising with the 5s instead of jamming. And it should work out more or less the same, unless Maciferro has something else in mind with the Queen 3. He can obviously defend here if he chooses to. Thinking things over before deciding this is not my time, and Jocks picking up a pot. He needs every chip he can get at this point, as does Masi. Both down to 15, 14 big blinds each. So is anybody in the chat still doing quite well in the free roll? And how many players are we looking at that are remaining in that? We need some of our sideline reporters in the chat to give us updates on that. I do not have access to that from where I am sitting. Thank you, Supernova, for letting us know that late registration is now closed in that bad boy, but I hope most of you got into that. Meanwhile, Marcello with an open from the button with an ace to 2 million. And Masi thinking about his king 9. This is a much different spot than when he had the queen 3 from the big blind just a hand ago. Is the time now to make a move? And would it work if he did? Or do we save our chips for another day? Does let it go, and Eros with the king 10 is not going to fold. Is he going to call or 3-bet? Maybe due to it not being a min raise, he might actually fold, but it's a very strong hand. Marcello, though, has not been playing loosey-goosey, so that may come into his decision-making on this hand, but does make the call. So nearly 5 million in the pot already. And look at this, all diamonds on the flop. Marcello flopping top pair, Eros with middle pair. It is still a scary-ish board for both players, but not that scary for the top pair. At this point in time may change depending on whether Eros decides to provide any aggression. But bets 1.5 million into about 5 million, so less than 1/3 of the pot. Eros with the quick call. And another diamond on the turn. Also opens up a few more outs for Eros, but with 4 diamonds on the board, this may slow down. Marcello may decide to bet anyway, but he'd basically be turning his hand into a bluff at that standpoint. It should work in this situation, being that Eros does not have a diamond in his hand. Wow, did he just jam it in with the ace-8? Marcello making a move, and this should work. I did not see this one coming. And Eros lays down, perhaps saving Eros some chips with such a large bet, but Marcello not afraid of that 4th diamond hitting the board, jamming in the lot, and is up to 24 million. Meanwhile, we have an update from Supernova that Rui RF, who I believe is the Rui that's in our chat, I could be wrong, is the chip leader, so best of luck with over 1 million in chips. Still 167 players, 166 players remaining. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it was 70 something that get paid. Of course, the winner is going to be getting a lot in this event. It is top heavy enough where if you make the final table in this event, forget about what I'm saying about ICM. It kind of goes out the window when you have such a top heavy payout. You play for the win because the winner will go home with not only a lion's share of the $5,500 prize pool, but also a package valued at $5,000 to our next festival in Dublin for the Party Poker Millions Dublin on October 31st through November 5th at the Intercontinental Dublin. But Masi with the fish hooks, happy to open the button. And opens for 2 million, so sticking with the same betting size that we just witnessed before by Marcello. Oh wow, we could be looking at fireworks here, folks. Jocks, not with the jacks, but with the ace-queen suited. It is a very strong hand and 4-handed play. And something is going to happen here. Unless it's just a call. If it was a min raise, you may have just seen a call. But with this, you may see a shove. Let's see how our Argentinian hero approaches this spot. And is shoving. Masi snapping it off with his jacks and is flipping for his tournament life. Meanwhile, if Jocks can't pull out this hand with the point flip, he will be down to just mere crumbs. And hits a queen on the queen 3-9 flop. Nobody with spades in their hands. Jocks pulls out ahead. Masi needing a jack or a pair of runners. Queen of spades on the turn. Now it's a jack or only a jack to fill up. Otherwise, it is Masi Ferro on the rail in 4th place, and it is a 2 of spades on the board. Nobody with the spade in his hand. The ace-queen holds for trips. Very well played by Masi Ferro. He will go home with the 4th place prize of 44,100 euros. Meanwhile, we heard a round of applause from the Argentinian rail for Jocks, and he, along with the other 2 players, are now guaranteed a massive payout of at least 60,100 euro. The pay jumps are very serious at this standpoint, with second winning 85,100 euro or 25,000 more, and the winner going home with 144,100 euro. Quite a nice piece of change. And we could take a look at the payouts of the other final table lists. We did have also a player bust today in Luciano Borghetti in 9th place for 9,200 euros. That was off the stream. We decided that it would make more sense to have the official final table streamed due to the 8 boxes at the table. But also, Luciano played his heart out, just didn't get anything going today. And in addition to what you see there, 9,200 for Luciano Borghetti.
And in fourth place, we have Massimiliano. Massi, congratulations.
Thank you. Grazie.
You happy now with the fourth place? You're still satisfied?
Certo, molto, molto.
It's a
Si
big
può fare
win.
di più, però va bene così.
I think you've done excellent. And now where are you going to go straight after Malta?
Non lo so, vedremo, vedremo. Un po' di,
Celebrate.
dove si può fare.
Celebrate. You
Se
need
ci
to celebrate.
divertiamo un attimo e poi vediamo.
You did a great job. Bravo,
Grazie,
Massimo.
grazie.
Grande. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo, Masi. Quite the gentleman there. He is off to celebrate. That's what I like to hear. You've outlasted more than 2,200 players. There is no shame at all for fourth place. He actually got it in slightly ahead with his jacks as well, so nothing for him to worry about. He can sleep well at night. The cards just did not go in his favor. But 44,000 reasons to be happy. Sometimes the only happy player is the winner in a massive poker tournament, but I think the next day, even if you didn't make the winner's circle, if you had a deep run, you should always be happy with your result. And if you made a mistake, that's okay. You study, you learn from it. Obviously, it's best not to make mistakes in big spots, but we all do. Even the best in the game do it. So Eros back to his ways. Really have been loving watching this clinic all day long by the big stack Eros Nastasi. And Marcello looks like he's set to defend with Queen 6, is ahead against the 9-8 of Eros. The Jack 3-5 flop with 2 hearts. Nobody really purely connecting with this, so some backdoors. Eros has been continuing a lot either on the flop or the turn. This time he is choosing the flop. And there's really no reason for Marcello to be sticky with his Queen 6. So expect a fold, and that's what he does. And we have Argo in the chat. Welcome, Argo. Handy clap, nice to see you again. And funny Alexandro G. Also hanging around. So welcome to you too. We've had such a nice chat over the past few days, so a massive thank you to everybody that's been watching and contributing as well to the chat. Of course, we have many of you watching on YouTube as well. I am talking about the Twitch chat, which I'm paying closer attention to. But appreciate you watching from wherever you might be, and hopefully you're enjoying this clinic displayed by Eros as much as I am. Of course, it's anyone's game. If Jocks doubles up through the chip leader, or if Marcello doubles up through the chip leader, then suddenly they're co-chip leader with Eros. So it can change that fast. But Eros is being very careful about not playing big pots. He did play a rather big one when he had the Cowboys to eliminate Yuso with the Ace-King earlier at the final table, but has been the chip leader from start to finish at the final table. Meanwhile, we have Jocks opening up with the King-7, Marcello 3-betting with the 5s, and Eros getting out of the way. So it's the two shorter stacks battling it out. Jocks looks like he wants to play but knows he shouldn't. I mean, we can see he wouldn't be too bad off if he did. And if he knew Marcello had 5s, perhaps he would call to see a flop, but Marcello's 3-bet range, this is probably the bottom of it. And does eventually let it go. So Marcello showing a little bit of aggression and taking down the pot. During three-handed play, expect ranges to be even wider among all three of the players. Both Jacks and Marcello want to get to heads-up play, and they have similar stacks. But still, it's light and friendly, players talking to each other. Eros looking the most serious, but also a very nice guy. And look at the rail here. We see Matteo with high bet, a few other people. It did flash a little bit too quickly for me to capture the other faces that I recognized. We're looking at a different Marcello during three-handed play than what we saw during 5, 6, 7, 8-handed play. So aware of the fact that you do need to play a little bit different shorthanded. He's been playing a super solid tight game until now, and now it looks like he's ready to open up his ranges a little bit. I mean, Jack 10 from the button is an open, of course, but we haven't seen him play a lot of hands until the last couple. Is it a 7-deuce game, Jocks? Nope, it's not. The O-Viral stream does fold it. I will be going home, Argo, for 10 days, but I have a massive amount of people from the UK, public players, coming for a weekend of fun. And then I will come back to Malta. Really looking forward to the Malta Poker Festival. Yvonne always does a fantastic job with that at Portomaso Casino. And if the Party Poker Live Millions Malta is any preview to what is to come, I'm expecting amazing things. But there will be a lot of Norwegians coming. John Kite is hosting the horse event. I know Ilva is hosting the ladies event. People coming from all corners of the globe from that too. A couple of Americans have confirmed to me they're coming. So that should be a lot of fun. For that though, I will be picking up the pen, putting down the mic. Maybe I can do some Facebook Lives or something. I enjoy talking way too much to be quiet. And then straight from the Malta Poker Festival back to Party Poker Live Millions. I'll be heading straight to Dublin from there. And absolutely looking forward to that as well. So after a short break, it should be a fun few weeks of poker. So we have Eros opening up to 1.8 million with 7-4. Flopping a gut shot. Marcello defending with the King-9, but not really hitting too much of this flop. Nothing directly anyway. Still is ahead with this King-high. But it's going to be hard for him to continue from out of position. And as I say that, here we go. Chip snap in. Is ahead. He's going to at least call to see the turn. And what a turn it is for him. I mean, it connects with Eros, so Eros pulls out ahead. But it's a double belly buster now for Marcello, a 6 or a 10 completing a different gut shot straight. It does check around, and Eros with the 7 is ahead. Marcello not connecting at all. So did have the right idea calling the turn, but just didn't work out for him. After the turn came a 7. And Eros back near 70 million in chips. It's kind of a weird spot that whenever Eros is playing a hand, Jocks is rooting for him to win if against Marcello, and Marcello is rooting for him to win against Jocks. And the reason is they want to get heads up. It's a 25,000 euro pay jump just to make it the heads up play, and then anything can happen in heads up play. No lead is secure. And it looks like we have some vamos going on by Diso. So suerte to Jocks. But regardless of who wins this, we're going to have a fantastic winner, whether it's Eros, Marcello, or Jocks. All three players playing their hearts out. And Marcello raising from the small blind with King Queen against the chip leader Eros. And Eros may opt to actually lay this one down. I do think we have the blinds in the system wrong if it was a raise to 2 million and not to 2.2, because I thought we have to be at 400, 800,000. So hopefully we can get that changed for you as well. I'm pretty sure that I'm correct on that. So some of the chip counts might be off a little bit here and there based off that, but we should be fairly close and we can keep eyeballs on the stacks. So Marcello likely to continue after flopping top pair on a wet 7 Queen 10 all heart flop. Eros with no hearts in his hand would have no reason to stick around for that, but there's really very little reason for Marcello to slow play at this point. That doesn't seem to be happy, and he's just jamming it in. This is the second time we've seen him do this on a monotone board. It was 4 diamonds, he didn't have a diamond, he connected with an ace and jammed. It seems like a bit of a risk, but he doesn't want to play around. Maybe just wants to make sure that if his opponent pays the price that he gets to see the rest of the board. But Marcello now up to 25 million. Yeah, it's definitely 400,000, 800,000. So there's 2 million in the pot before the hand is dealt. And it's not 300, 600 like we are seeing up on top. Eros. We've seen him fold in these kind of spots before, but maybe it's switched in three-handed play. It does indeed fold. The really bottom of the hand range chart is consistently going in the muck for Eros, and otherwise he has been opening and opening and opening and accumulating chips left and right. Congratulations to everyone, including Dave, for making the money in the free roll. Now the next job for all you is to make that final table. There may be some pay jumps for you to consider as well, but mostly those bigger pay jumps will happen at the final table. And then from there, my recommendation to you all, of course you can play it as you wish, but if I am giving a little bit of advice, don't think about ICM. Don't think about all that talk we had about ICM. In this situation, when you have such a top-heavy prize, you play to win. ICM is tossed out the window. So Eros raising to 1.8 million. And it's 1.4 million for Jocks to call with his sevens, but he may have something else in mind with his sevens, such as a 3-bet or even a 3-bet shove with a 25 big blind stack. Let's see what the Party Poker Passport winner from Argentina opts to do. We know he's not likely folding sevens in three-handed play. The likely scenario is that a raise is incoming. And he's counting his chips. I don't know if he's counting out for a 3-bet or if he just wants to know what he has, if he should be shoving or not, if he should be calling or not, if he should just be doing a standard 3-bet or not. So those are the 3 decisions for Jock. A fold is never one of them. So he is just going with a standard 3-bet, not a shove, to 5.1. Marcello folding an ace. And even though Eros would be playing this hand in position, and we could see he's more or less flipping, the 3-bet looks very strong. Meanwhile, Eros was reaching for his chips momentarily, maybe trying to get a reaction from Jocks to see if he can get a tell or two, but Jocks not even looking at what he's doing, just paying attention to his own chips. But it looks like he's counting out a call. So does indeed call. And will be in position with his queen 10. And meanwhile, Jocks is now playing a bloated pot with 7s from out of position, which isn't the easiest thing to do against the chip leader. But now it became much, much easier after flopping the middle set with the king 3-7 flop, 2 spades, no spades in Eros' hand. Let's see if Jocks can squeak out a little bit more value. It's going to be very hard with Eros not capturing a piece of the board. If it was a 10-7-3 flop or even a queen 7-3 flop, then we would likely see a little bit of fireworks and maybe a lot of fireworks. The lucky 7s for Jocks. And continuing along, for 2.1 million. So not a big bet considering the pot was around 9. Trying to eke out a little value. And Eros being a little bit sticky, at least to a turn, does not understand the monster he's up against, possibly with a plan later on that would not work out quite well. Maybe can rep that he was calling with a flush draw, considering it is a 3rd spade on the 6 of spade turn. But I still don't see Jocks going anywhere. That's not really that much of a scare card. Something to be concerned about. Still would have redraws if Eros had the flush to quads or a full house. Barrel number 2 incoming. Looks like about 4 million. 4.1 million maybe. And it was for 4.1 million. Gets Eros to fold. Eros was drawing dead. So now Jocks near 29 million. If he doubles through Eros, he will be in the chip lead. The 2 players would actually switch chip stacks. So I misunderstood you, Dave. Apparently, we still have a little bit of time before the bubble. Maybe that's where this premature celebration by Marcin, that's what he was referring to. I really love the value that Party Poker added today. We came in today and it was going to be like the standard 500 free roll plus a package, so it was already generous. But instead of doing that, Party one-upped itself and put an extra 5,000 into that prize pool on top of the package. So there's more than 10,000 in this prize pool, including the package going to the winner. And it sounds like many of you in the chat got in. So a min raise by Jocks, and it looks like now the blinds are updated because it's 1.2 million to call. So great job by the tech crew for getting that all set. Absolutely loving the graphics all week as well. The camera angles. A lot of work goes into making a production of this quality. So massive props to Haymar, to Sten. Sten has been an absolute hero. Deserves all the praise in the world for all his hard work this week. Of course, Nikita, Anastasia, and last but not least, the lovely Plush. Some of you know who I'm talking about. These guys don't always hide in the shadows. But a fantastic crew here, and a pleasure to be part of it. And also special thanks to the entire crew at Hydra as well. To Ian and Fed and Connor and Andrea and the entire team there. But back to the action. Opened by Jacks with the Queen 9, a call by Marcello before Eros taking matters into his own hands with a squeeze with the Queen 7 suited. And this may work. I mean, I don't see Jocks continuing with a dominating queen, so at least he's likely to get that out of the way. But as I say that, cards go back in the box. But soon after, across the line face down, and Marcello with the decision to make with the King Jack. Marcello perhaps sensing something is up here. Is counting out some chips. And is making the call. So he will be out of position. It does have the stronger hand. But not convinced that Eros had a monster with his squeeze 3-bet. Oh my, this is action, folks. Marcello flopping top 2, Eros with the flush draw. Now Marcello loving life that he made that call, but might not love life if another club comes on the board. And checking to the aggressor, Eros, who did 3-bet pre-flop. Is Eros going to bet the draw? And it looks like he will. Maybe to 3.8 million. Might be a little bit more. It is for 3.8 million. So not a very high percentage of the pot. Marcello is going to Hollywood a little, but he's going back to his signature move, which is a jam. And Eros now has a decision to make. He does have some backdoors on top of the flush draw. And he does make the call. Didn't even think it over, just calls right away. And Marcello is a 2-to-1 favorite to double up. Does have to fade that club. Some backdoors as well. Some of those backdoors came to the front. Now it's a 10 or any club. And it's a 3 of diamonds on the river. And for the first time at the final table, we do have a chip lead change. Marcello flopping the top 2, fading the flush draw of Eros, takes the lead. The most well-styled poker attire player that I've probably seen all week. Love the color matching, love the incorporation of the purple all around. I do need to take poker fashion advice from Marcello. Maybe not the scarf because it probably doesn't suit me too well, but we can figure out something else to do with that. But well done there by Marcello. What a flop. And then holding, and now is in control. Eros trying to shake that off. Still is in good shape with 35 million. But is no longer in the cruise control position he was in for the last few hours. Our Argentinian player in the middle of the table there, Jocks, was definitely hoping for a club or a 10 on the river, because that would mean he would have earned another 25,000 euros and faced Eros heads up. But meanwhile, it is back to being anyone's game. And speaking of Nikita, we could see him in the background with the handheld camera. You know, guys, I see the chat now about bubble play, and you know, when you have, let's say, this 15 big blind stack or less, it's fine to play for the money. I mean, the biggest ICM money jump in the beginning is always going to be that min cash, and then the pay jumps after are small. You don't really have to pay that much attention to that until once you're down to the final two tables. And in this event, it's really so top heavy that personally I would throw my bubble. I would try even on a short stack to get as many chips as possible on the bubble, because I would only be playing for that top prize myself. But with there being 5,500 and other cash prizes awarded, I fully understand different strategies for people. That's why I say, at least on the final table, please play for the win. And Eros back in action with a 3x raise from the small blind. Jocks now, maybe it's his turn. Has a very pretty hand, three-handed play from the big blind with the king-queen suited. Marriage made in heaven. It's not just 900 for first Marson. There's a 5,000 euro package to the Party Poker Millions Dublin on October 31st to November 5th. It includes a 3,000 euro buy-in to the Millions main event and 2,000 euros split up between accommodations and spending money. So Jocks making the call and flopping Broadway. Oh my God, what's going on here for Eros? He has two pair. This is a disaster for him if he doesn't fill up to a full house. In three-handed play, it is going to be nearly impossible for Eros to get away. And maybe going from hero to near zero, depending on how this hand plays out. And is leading out with this two pair, and this is for value. We know it's not, but Eros is betting with value in his mind. It's a half pot bet. And let's see, is it going to be a call or a raise with the nuts? It looks like a call. So the pot up to 11 million. And a blank 5 of hearts on the turn, but it's not really that blank. 2 hearts, 2 clubs. This may mean on such a scary wet board that Jocks is going to do something other than call if Eros fires out again. Eros, who has really put on a display before hiccuping a little bit on that flush draw. I do feel his pain a little bit here. It's a 6 setup. He still has 4 outs to improve, and I'd be shocked if Jack did not bet here with his Broadway on a board that has both clubs and hearts on it. And he's reaching for his chips, so he's likely thinking along the same wavelength. I'm curious also how Matty Ice is making out in the side event. We had him in the booth earlier today, but he went to play the final side event with a 200 euro buy-in. And it is a big bet. About 2/3 of the pot for 7 million. Does Eros still think he is good is the question. I mean, it is 2-pair. It's almost impossible to get rid of 2-pair unless you just have a really good read on your opponent. Oh my, Eros jams, and Jocks obviously snap calls with the stone cold nuts. And it's quattro outs according to Jack. He just has to fade a Jack or 10. Eros is praying for a Jack or 10. Wow. And it's the 9 of diamonds on the river. It is Jack Blit to double up, and meanwhile Eros is now down to 8.2 million chips after losing 2 monster hands in the last orbit or two. Wow. We saw that flop and we knew it was going to be fireworks. And fireworks it was. And since the chip counts might be slightly off from what we had, we're going to double check that. But it looks like it's about right. The reason being that, you know, we're probably a few 100,000 off in each player's stack at this standpoint, which is natural to happen. Feeling your pain there, Eros. You really played very well with the big stack from beginning until 3-handed play. And this last hand, just a massive cooler for you. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Now let's see if Eros can get back into the thick of things. He's down but not out with about 10 big blinds. Oh-ho. Just after doubling up, big slick from the small blind. Life is good for Argentinian poker fans that are watching this, and of course for Jack himself. Raises it up to 2.4 million. And Marcello laying it down. No reason to get fancy with 9 deuce. And all of a sudden the Argentinian reel has gotten much louder. The whole crew here from Argentina, super nice people. And here's a look at the chip count. So we have Jocks and Marcello neck and neck. And Eros, who was the chip leader the entire day, down to just 10 big blinds. Jack split with a suited ace, just doubled up and then took down the blinds with big slick. This is certainly going to be open from the button. So an open to 2.5 from the button, and Marcello with a slightly better ace, but it's not suited. Very often the kickers don't come into play. The 4 or the 6 doesn't connect. Does call though from the small blind, and Eros getting out of the way and getting shorter and shorter down to 8 big blinds. And not the worst flop in the world for Jacks. He flops a flush draw with the Jack 10-7. Marcello with nothing at all. It does not continue and gives Marcello a chance to get into the hand, connecting with the 6. And And this time, Marcello likes what he sees. Cannot see how big this bet is, but he did fire out for something. For 3.7, a little more than half the pot. And Jacks with the flush draw, putting his chip protector on the cards, or his card protector. Possibly with the understanding of the amount of implied odds that he has if he hits his flush in position. Will be calling. I don't think he'll be raising. So it does indeed call. Now there's 14 million in the pot. And it's the 4 diamonds on the river, so it does connect with Jack, but not what he needed. And Marcello checking, as now Jack's going to try to wrestle this one away, or does he think he has enough showdown value? Does check it back after not getting the heart. And Marcello's ace-6 is good to win the pot and to regain the chip lead back up to 56 million. Yeah, I mean, no matter how tough you are mentally, it can be devastating handicap if you go from chip lead to crumbs in the matter of just a few minutes. But now he seems to be okay with it, but it is very devastating, and I do feel for Eros. It is a big spot for him three-handed, so let's keep in mind that third place is going home with 60,100 euros, so you could sleep well at night. That's a lot of money. But second place is getting 85,100, and tonight's winner 144,100, so there's still a lot to be played for. Marcello folded, and now he has time to stack up his chips. Eros giving a walk. And Jocks had a good hand, so if Eros jammed, he would have been snapped off. Most likely anyway. The 5K cash prizes free roll, if it started at 6 o'clock Central European time, is that free roll. There is a package added to the winner. And that package is for the Party Poker Millions Dublin at the Intercontinental from October 31st to November 5th. So Jack's opening, and was that just a jam by Marcello? No, he just calls. I thought I heard him say all in, and then I looked at his cards, and that can't be. So it is a small blind, big blind situation. Jocks with the dominating ace-4 against the 5-4 suited. And both players hitting a baby piece of this 4-7-9 flop with bottom pair. Jacks with the better kicker. And isn't afraid to be betting after it's checked over to him. Actually, he's to lead out. Apologies. Less than 1/3 of the pot. And Marcello with the quick call with the bottom pair. Does have kicker issues. The 9 of hearts pairing the board on the turn. Let's see if any player decides to reach for chips, and right away, Jocks is reaching for some chips. Is ahead. And it looks like another small bet, 3 million into 11. So less than 1/3 the pot again. If Marcello can turn his hand into a bluff, it would likely work. Marcello making a move, putting some pressure on Jocks. Many different gears by Marcello. Now it's up to Jocks to decide, can Marcello have any bluffs here? This is sort of like a semi-bluff, like a merged range kind of raise. It's not polarizing at all. There are some aces that didn't connect with the board that might call, but then there's potentially that some sevens might fold depending on what they think you have. So it is basically saying, I know my 5-4 isn't enough. I believe it could be for value as well. And Jocks is thinking it over. Is it gonna 3-bet coming? Oh my, the leveling wars continue. Absolutely love this. We're seeing advanced poker in action, a 3-bet to 13 million. Both players only connecting with the 4. We can see Jocks is ahead. And now Marcello looks a little perplexed. Is he really that strong? Could he be doing it with a hand like 8-10 or 6-8? And it looks like Marcello folds. Jocks shows the 4. Marcello will likely know that he had some kicker issues. And now it's Jocks with more than half the chips in play. So it looks like the free roll is now in the money. So congratulations to all of you that have cashed. Let's keep going. Let's get one of you to win that package to Dublin. Of course, there is some nice cash prizes at the final table as well. But this is the free roll of free rolls. 5,000 in cash prizes. Another 5,000 package to the Party Poker Millions Dublin, coming in a few weeks at the Intercontinental. It'll be a new experience for me as well. I've seen a bit of poker in Dublin over the years, but haven't been to the Intercontinental. So looking forward to that myself. And blinds have now gone up to $500,000 a million, making every stack shorter, especially that of Eros, who's now down to 4 million in chips. Spins overdrive, thousands of different multipliers, up to 240,000 times your buy-in. Amazing multipliers, thousands of options that you can be playing for, including up to 1.2 million. Of course, be gamble aware, take time to think. Do not play with money you cannot afford to lose. And I'm a very big proponent of players playing responsibly, so I do love when I see that on the Party Poker promo as well. So it's a jam by Eros, but I get excited before I see the 9-3 of Jocks. Of course, he can be folding that, but there were very few hands that he should be folding to a 4 big blind shove, but that is one of them. Loving looking at Jack's chip stack. Not that I didn't mind looking at it when Eros had that big stack, but meanwhile Eros with the suited big slick dream spot, maybe he can start his comeback trail now. Jocks folding the Robbie. And Marcello with the pocket threes makes this easy snap call, and now it's Eros, who was our hero all day long, in jeopardy on a coin flip for his tournament life. Either he will have 14 big blinds or the third place prize is 60,100 euro. Let's see what happens. And it's an ace on the flop, looking very good for Eros to double up his stack and get back into the mix. He just needs to fade a 3. Doesn't look all that confident that a 3 isn't coming for some reason. It's just 2 outs. A queen of clubs on the turn. Just one more card to come. We see Eros as a 95% favorite. And it's the safe 6 of spades on the river, and Eros manages to win the flip to double up through Marcello. And now we see that smile slowly coming back. It's been a rough hour for our hero, Eros Nastasi, who has been dominating all day long until he ran into 2 big hands to be the short stack with 3 players remaining. Eros first lost a good portion of his chips when he went for it with a flush draw with Queen 7 suited on a King Jack X board with 2 clubs, and it was Marcello with the King Jack who held. And then shortly after that, he lost a good portion of his stack over to Jack, the player in the middle of the table, and was literally down to 4 big blinds until just now, and is back up to 14 big. So it's weird to call the chip leader as a Cinderella story, but it really is a Cinderella story in the making if he continues the comeback trail. When you're down to 4 big blinds, anything you do from there is gravy. And Eros getting a walk, so it didn't cost him 2 million. Instead, he got an extra 500,000 into his stack. Even at 3-handed play, even at heads up, there is a big blind ante. So right now, the big blind has to put in 2 million every hand, 1 million as the ante, 1 million as the big blind. And I do love keeping that all the way through. It does effectively make the ante a little bit bigger, but it does encourage the action as well. And let's see, Eros with 14 big blinds with an ace. May just be jamming the lot. And indeed he does. Does Jacks wake up with anything? No, it's the 8-3. Easy fold, and Eros has some momentum now, up to 16 big blinds. And here's a look at the chip counts. Jacks now has a little bit of a buffer between him and Marcello, and even though Eros just had 4 million moments ago, it still has his work cut out for him. Another double puts him right into the thick of things. This would have been a hand he would have opened with the chip lead. I'm not sure if he's going to play it the same now. But Eros with the 10-9 offsuit from the button, first to act. Does let it go. And this time it's Jack's turn for the ace-5. Just completes the big blind, and Marcello quickly checking back his option from the big blind. Not too much love for either player on the 8, 9, 10 flop, 2 clubs. Does go check, check. 3 of diamonds on the turn. Does not help either player, so checks through again. And the king of spades on the river, so check mark over to jacks, but if it doesn't go check, check, he may fold, but it goes check, check, so the ace high does win the hand. Eros does have a bit of a rail, so just took a quick break to stand up. Now that he's got his spirit, the color in his face is back, to get some energy off them, I believe. Jack's folding his 6 high. Marcello giving a walk again. And Eros with a king had the best of it and is up to 17 million. Welcome to the chat, Daniki. We are at Portomasso Casino. As you can see, Supernova and Chatbot have shared for the Party Poker Millions Malta. And this is the final day, so we have the final table of the Grand Prix. It was a €1 million guarantee, which was beat by about 12,000 euros. And we're going to have an exciting conclusion. There's a lot of money to be played for. Third place is already guaranteed 60,100. The next pay jump is another 25,000 to 85,100. And today's winner, 144,100. But meanwhile, we have Marcello opening up with the ace-jack from the button. A very pretty suited hand to 2.2 million. Is Eros going to make a move? It would be horrible timing with his jack being blocked. It would only be his queen live because I think Marcello would call. But does indeed jam. Jacks with the quick fold. What is Marcello going to do with his ace-jack? Snap calls it off. And Eros, who was our chip leader most of the day, is at risk with his queen-jack. Needs a bit of help. He is a 3-1 underdog. And Marcello is in amazing shape to be near even jacks to start heads-up play. And now it's the ace on the flop connecting with Marcello. It's looking like showers for Eros. Needs a pair of runners. The 4 of hearts on the turn. Eros is drawing dead. Jacks taps the table. And Eros is officially eliminated in third place for 60,100 euros after the 7 of diamonds completes the board on the river. And we are down to just heads-up play. One of these players will walk away with the massive trophy. I do believe we are taking a short break to set up heads-up play. The trophy will likely come up onto the table. Sonny, our tournament director, just confirming where the button should be to start the heads-up action. But we are taking a 10-minute break. I will take a quick break as well. So see you back in 10 minutes. Stay tuned for the conclusion of the Party Poker Live Millions Grand Prix.
I'll move your chips for you. It's going to be this one and that one, okay? I'll move them for you. Then you go take a break, come back, 10 minutes. Guardi, siamo in pausa per 10 minuti. Adesso sposterò io con i suoi e sarà questo. Va bene? Guardi, alle 8:30 se risolviamo possiamo riprendere.
And in third place, we have Eros, which has done amazing in the whole tournament. He has gone from a very low stack and then had built it back up. And then, unfortunately, on the last hand with Queen, Jack. Unfortunately, we didn't hit, but still an amazing, amazing run you did. How are you feeling? Content, Eros, content, very content. In inglese e italiano, uguale.
sono contento comunque per il risultato ottenuto. Ci è andato storto qualche colpo, però va bene, sono contento comunque, abbiamo fatto un ottimo risultato a prescindere dalla posizione.
He says that he's very happy with his whole play. Are you contento with how you have played? Yes.
Assolutamente sì, assolutamente sì.
You've played it all correctly, and comunque it's poker with how it goes, so.
Lo conosciamo bene da tanto tempo, questo è poker come dici tu, perciò sarà per il prossimo.
This will be for the next one. And he has also brought with him his parents, which are beautiful two people over there sitting and have been cheering for him the whole way, which is such an emotional, lovely moment. And we're happy to have had you on our final table. Because Eros, grazie and well done.
Grazie a voi,
Thank
grazie
you.
a voi, alla prossima.
Ciao.
Ciao.
And Masi thinking about his king 9. This is a much different spot than when he had the queen 3 from the big blind just a hand ago. Is the time now to make a move, and would it work if he did? Or do we save our chips for another day? Does let it go, and Eros with the king 10 is not going to fold. Is he going to call or 3-bet? Maybe due to it not being a min-raise, he might actually fold, but it's a very strong hand. Marcello, though, has not been playing loosey-goosey, so that may come into his decision-making on this hand, but does make the call. So nearly 5 million in the pot already. And look at this, all diamonds on the flop. Marcello flopping top pair, Eros with middle pair. It is still a scaryish board for both players, but not that scary for the top pair. At this point in time may change depending on whether Eros decides to provide any aggression. But bets 1.5 million into about 5 million, so less than 1/3 of the pot. Eros with the quick call. And another diamond on the turn. Also opens up a few more outs for Eros, but with 4 diamonds on the board, this may slow down. Marcello may decide to bet anyway, but he'd basically be turning his hand into a bluff at that standpoint. It should work in this situation, being that Eros does not have a diamond in his hand. Wow, did he just jam it in with the ace-8? Marcello making a move, and this should work. I did not see this one coming. And Eros lays down, perhaps saving Eros some chips with such a large bet, but Marcello not afraid of that fourth diamond hitting the board. Happy to open the button. And opens for 2 million, so sticking with the same betting size that we just witnessed before by Marcello. Oh, wow. We could be looking at fireworks here, folks. Jocks, not with the jacks, but with the ace-queen suited. It is a very strong hand in four-handed play. And something is going to happen here, unless it's just a call. If it was a min raise, you may have just seen a call. But with this, you may see a shove. Let's see how our Argentinian hero approaches this spot. And is shoving. Masi snapping it off with his jacks and is flipping for his tournament life. Meanwhile, if Jocks can't pull out this hand with the point flip, he will be down to just mere crumbs. And hits a queen on the queen 3-9 flop. Nobody with spades in their hands. Jocks pulls out ahead. Masi needing a jack or a pair of runners. Queen of spades on the turn. Now it's a jack or only a jack to fill up. Otherwise, it is Masi Ferro on the rail in fourth place, and it is a 2 of spades on the board. Nobody with the spade in his hand. The ace-queen holds for trips. Very well played by Masi Ferro. He will go home with the fourth place prize of 44,100 euros. Meanwhile, we heard a round of applause from the Argentinian rail for Jacks. So who wins this? We're going to have a fantastic winner, whether it's Eros, Marcello, or Jocks. All three players playing their hearts out. And Marcello raising from the small blind with King-Queen against the chip leader Eros. And Eros may opt to actually lay this one down. I do think we have the blinds in the system wrong if it was a raise to 2 million and not to 2.2, because I thought we have to be at 400, 800,000. So hopefully we can get that changed for you as well. I'm pretty sure that I'm correct on that. So some of the chip counts might be off a little bit here and there based off that, but we should be fairly close, and we can keep eyeballs on the stacks. So Marcello likely to continue after flopping top pair on a wet 7 queen 10 all heart flop. Eros with no hearts in his hand would have no reason to stick around for that, but there's really very little reason for Marcello to slow play at this point. That doesn't seem to be happy, and he's just jamming it in. This is the second time we've seen him do this on a monotone board. It was 4 diamonds, he didn't have a diamond, he connected with an ace and jammed. It seems like a bit of a risk, but he doesn't want to play around. Maybe just wants to make sure that if his opponent pays the price that he gets to see the rest of the board with his 7s, but he may have something else in mind with his 7s, such as a 3-bet or even a 3-bet shove with a 25 big blind stack. Let's see what the Party Poker Passport winner from Argentina opts to do. We know he's not likely folding 7s in 3-handed play. The likely scenario is that a raise is incoming, and he's counting his chips. I don't know if he's counting out for a 3-bet or if he just wants to know what he has, if he should be shoving or not, if he should be calling or not. if he should just be doing a standard 3-bet or not. So those are the 3 decisions for Jock. A fold is never one of them. So he is just going with a standard 3-bet, not a shove to 5.1. Marcello folding an ace. And even though Eros would be playing this hand in position, and we could see he's more or less flipping, the 3-bet looks very strong. Meanwhile, Eros was reaching for his chips momentarily, maybe trying to get a reaction from Jocks to see if he can get a tell or two, but Jocks not even looking at what he's doing, just paying attention to his own chips. But it looks like he's counting out a call. So does indeed call. And will be in position with this Queen 10. And meanwhile, Jocks is now playing a bloated pot with 7s from out of position, which isn't the easiest thing to do against the chip leader. But now it became much, much easier after flopping the middle set with the King 3-7 flop, 2 spades, no spades in Eros' hand. Let's see if Jocks can squeak out a little bit more value. It's going to be very hard with Eros not capturing a piece of the board. If it was a 10-7-3 flop or even a Queen 7-3 flop, then we would likely see a little bit of fireworks and maybe a lot of fireworks. The lucky 7s for Jocks. And continuing along, for 2.1 million. So not a big bet considering the pot was around 9. Trying to eke out a little value. And Eros being a little bit sticky, at least to a turn, does not understand the monster he's up against, possibly with a plan later on that would not work out quite well. Maybe can rep that he was calling with a flush draw, considering it is a 3rd spade on the 6 of spade turn. But I still don't see Jocks going anywhere. That's not really that much of a scare card. Something to be concerned about. Still would have redraws if Eros had the flush to quads or a full house. Barrel number 2 incoming. Looks like about 4 million. 4.1 million maybe. And it was for 4.1 million. Gets Eros to fold. Eros was drawing dead. So now Jocks near 29 million. And if he doubles through Eros, he will be in the chip lead. The 2 players would actually switch chip stacks. Absolutely loving the graphics all week as well. The camera angles. A lot of work goes into making a production of this quality. So massive props to Mar, to Sten. Sten has been an absolute hero. Deserves all the praise in the world for all his hard work this week. Of course, Nikita, Anastasia, and last but not least, the lovely Plush. Some of you know who I'm talking about. These guys don't always hide in the shadows. But a fantastic crew here, and a pleasure to be part of it. And also special thanks to the entire crew at Hydra as well. To Ian and Fed and Connor and Andrea and the entire team there. But back to the action, opened by Jocks with the queen 9, a call by Marcello before Eros taking matters into his own hands with a squeeze with the queen 7 suited. And this may work. I mean, I don't see Jocks continuing with a dominating queen, so at least he's likely to get that out of the way. But as I say that, cards go back in the box. But soon after, across the line face down, and Marcello with the decision to make with the king-jack. Marcello perhaps sensing something is up here. Is counting out some chips. And is making the call. So he will be out of position. It does have the stronger hand. But not convinced that Eros had a monster with his squeeze 3-bet. Oh my, this is action, folks. Marcello flopping top 2, Eros with the flush draw. Now Marcello loving life that he made that call, but might not love life if another club comes on the board. And checking to the aggressor, Eros, who did 3-bet pre-flop. Is Eros going to bet the draw? And it looks like he will. Maybe to 3.8 million. Might be a little bit more. It is for 3.8 million. So not a very high percentage of the pot. Marcello is going to Hollywood a little, but he's going back to his signature move, which is a jam. And Eros now has a decision to make. He does have some backdoors on top of the flush draw. And he does make the call. Didn't even think it over, just calls right away. And Marcello is a 2-to-1 favorite to double up. Does have to fade that club. Some backdoors as well. Some of those backdoors came to the front. Now it's a 10 or any club. And it's a 3 of diamonds on the river. And for the first time at the final table, we do have a chip lead change. Marcello flopping the top 2, fading the flush draw of Eros, takes the lead. The most well-styled poker attire player that I've probably seen all week. Love the color matching, love the incorporation of the purple all around. I do need to take poker fashion advice from Marcello. Maybe not the scarf because it probably doesn't suit me too well, but we can figure out something else to do with that.
Down?
Yes, you can sit down. Okay, you can look here, please. 1, 2. You can look here, please. 1, 2.
Welcome back. We are down to just 2 players, and one of them will win 144,100 euros. They've already locked up 85,100 euros. There were 2,237 players to start this tournament, and now it is down between 2 players in Jocks Split from Argentina and Marcello Pavaloro from Italy. And they are neck and neck. Jocks has a very small chip lead over his opponent, but more or less they're more than 50 big blinds deep, very close in play, so we may be seeing some incredible heads-up action. I've been informed that the clock is now 30 minutes the rest of the way during heads-up action, and that makes a lot of sense. You get so many hands in during heads up that more and more festivals are moving towards this direction. It makes a ton of sense, and absolutely love what Portomasso is doing with this along with Party Poker. Right now it looks like the heads up table is still being set up. Anastasia putting players in the right seats. And we should be underway fairly soon. But for those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. Been with you the last few days for some cash games. We had a Creator's Crown, which was incredible to watch. Then we had the final table, which Matt Staples was on, of the 3,000 Party Poker Live Millions Malta. He wound up taking 4th place. And then we had him in the booth yesterday throughout the final table of the Mystery Bounty event, and that was really fun to watch. No ICM because of all the big mystery bounties in play. And now we are down to just the final 2 and the €1 million guaranteed Party Poker Live Malta Grand Prix. Both players should be proud of themselves that they got this far, but there's still a little bit of work to do if they want to claim that beautiful trophy you see front and center, along with the massive prize reserved for the winner of €144,100. So they're basically playing a €59,000 heads-up match. And thus far, there has been really no deal discussion as far as I know. So before you ask about that, they are actually, as far as I know and as far as what I am told, actually playing for €59,000 right now. Not very often you get into these spots where you're heads up and you're playing for so much money. So wishing both of these players the best of luck. They've shown their hearts all day long. Both players with different moves. So we should have some entertainment going on. And I like to see that Jocks is opening the button so it doesn't look like we're going to have this limp fest heads up, which sometimes happens. And look at this flop. We do not know what Marcello has, but it was an 8-10 queen flop. And Jock with the bottom 2 pair on a very wet board. We should get the graphics up fairly shortly. And we do see that we got a check from Marcello. And here we go, an ace for Marcello. And we'll see if he's sticky or not. It was a bet of 3 million. Marcello calling, and I'm not sure if Jock showed it or not. It looks like he did, in fact. So as you can see, even after Jock won that hand, it's really, really close. Anyone's game at this standpoint. No heavy favorite in this one. Who are you guys in the chat box rooting for? I think both of these players, and even Eros, who finished in 3rd, are well deserving of that trophy. I have had some very nice conversations with Jack earlier in the week. And Marcello is somebody I have not had the opportunity to speak with, but seems like a very pleasant gentleman as well. So Stanley is on Team Marcello, but does agree that both these players are deserving. And Marcin rooting for Jack because he is from Argentina, but also agreeing that either player is would make a fantastic champion of this event. So it's Marcello's turn to min-raise the button. He has an ace, and Jocks defends with the 6-5, only to flop a gut shot straight draw. It looks like he's willing to check raise this gut shot. At least he's counting out some chips. Does seem like a very experienced heads-up player. Clicking it back to 5 million. And let's see how sticky Marcello is with this ace high. We know he's ahead. Does he feel he's ahead is the question. Regardless of how this turned out, Marcello definitely wins the style of word of the final table. If you can get a trophy for fashion style, he's already locked that up. But meanwhile, he makes the call with the better hand, not afraid of the check raise at all. And it's a queen of clubs on the turn. Let's see if Jock is going to continue along with his line. Let's see what he plans to do. It looks like he's reaching out for a bet. And barreling for 3.5. Not very big, if it is indeed correct, but it looks like it was about that. So inviting Marcello to do something here. And Marcello finding a call. So 22 million in the pot. Oh my God, the 4 of hearts on the river. Jack gets there, completes his gut shot. Now has a straight 2 through 6. Let's see if he sizes this one up a little bit bigger. We know that Marcello doesn't have much, but it looked kind of strong once he called that check raise, even though it wasn't that big on the flop. And then quickly calling the turn, also a small bet. So it didn't really give that much of an indication just because of the bet sizing. But does check. This is interesting. Now, as Marcello, he does just have showdown value, so maybe Jock could have got a little bit more, but meanwhile, it's a 22 million chip pot, and he is up to 71 million and has now a clear chip lead over Marcello. Of course, if Marcello doubles up, now he would have the clear chip lead, so it's not that Jack is in a dominating position, but it does feel good to win the first big pot during heads-up affair. So handicap is on Team Marcello. So you probably didn't like that run out too much. And Supernova is on the fence, fair enough. As I said, both of these players very deserving of that trophy. And I agree with Archix. Jack is really a good guy. I got that general feeling from the second that I met him. You feel warm and cozy around his smile. And very enthusiastic about the game. So this time he limps, but Marcello is going to, looks like he wants to jack it up a little with the 6s. Raise to 4 million. Let's see if Jack wants to play this hand in position. Not today, he says. And a small pot there for Marcello. 6s isn't the hand that necessarily flops that well from out of position. So I'm sure he is happy enough to take down that small pot. I have met him, Marcin, in real life, but I can't say that I know him super well, being that we only met this week. He traveled all the way out for Argentina as one of the passport holders from Party Poker. So he's making the most of his passport experience. Marcello back to min raising. Typically when you see these min raises, when you're this deep, it's that both players understand that maybe I don't have a big advantage on the other and no point to play complete small ball. But this is an action flop. It's a 3-10-5 flop, so Marcello with middle pair, backdoor flush draw, and an open-ended straight draw for Jack. And it's Marcello with the middle pair betting. Let's see how big. It's a 3.6. So it was a 72% into the pot.
3.6.
If it was smaller, then we know what would happen, but it looks like the sizing doesn't matter too much.
That's why I asked.
It's always good to confirm the amount. So do like that Jack didn't answer early. He's double checking that he indeed has that 6-4. He finds the call. The 8 of diamonds on the river now brings that backdoor flush draw to the front. Marcello is ahead anyway, but now something like the 7 of diamonds or the 2 of diamonds does not help Jack, so it reduces his outs to some degree. His 6 is actually good, but he may not know that as well. But meanwhile, it looks like he may be thinking of leading out. Putting the pressure on Marcello, and if it not for that diamond, maybe this would work. But he has too strong of a hand, I think, to give up now. Possibly double checking that that king is a diamond. Sometimes you remember your cards, but you just need to double check the suits. And Marcello Favaloro also reconfirming the amounts. So both players understanding the importance of this heads-up match and to be fully accurate. And Marcello going from strength to strength here with the second nuts on the board with that king of diamonds for a flush. Jack is not going to try to bluff into it. That will save him some chips. If Marcello even bets a single chip, that will be enough to get Jack to fold. So it's not going to be really any fancy play, I believe, here. But Marcello should still try to get more value, even though it will not work. Thinking things over. Maybe calculating how much is in the pot. Maybe counting up his opponent's chip stack. Or maybe just deep in thought in general. And he just jams the lot. An overbet there. The signature Marcello move. Usually happens on flops. So if not for that 8 of diamonds coming, if it was an 8 of clubs, let's say, it would be Jack with the easy call. But now it's a little bit of Hollywooding. I mean, maybe he's really thinking about it, but any diamond beats his straight. I thought this would be a quick fold. Does he think Marcello is capable of firing out such a massive bluff at this stage of the heads-up match? Is smiling. The smile never goes away for Jack. Even under all this pressure, Argo wants you to fold. So he must be on Team Jack, and Jack does eventually fold. You have to keep in mind how many days these players are playing. So if they need to take a few extra moments to come to the conclusion that we think is fairly obvious, they're playing a 59,000 euro heads-up match at the moment. So it is very nice to see that both players are taking their time. They've already locked up 85,100 euros, so it's happy days regardless of where they end up, but 144,100 to the winner.
No bluff, no bluff. Possible.
And Jack saying no bluff, no bluff. Nope, it wasn't a bluff. He had a bluff catcher. Even though it was a straight, it was actually a bluff catcher. The thing is, we did see Marcello make a weird move before when there were 4 hearts or 4 diamonds on the board. He had connected with the ace, and then he jammed on the turn with no flush, just with that ace. And that happened to work for him. So maybe Jack had that information and realized that Marcello might have some bluffs. But not this time. It goes check, bet, min bet, call to the 7 of diamonds turn. So Jack's still ahead with the bottom pair. And going for min bet again. Marcello folding this time, so Jack getting some of those chips back. Argo, I will message you privately later tonight.
6.
Let's just say that I will be on this island most of the month. I will be going home for 9-10 days. I don't think my family forgot me yet, but I've been on the road for a little bit of time now. I can keep going. I'm like the Energizer Bunny, but it's time to spend a little time at home and then go back to Malta again. I'm not staying the whole month. So Marcello with a different raising size now raises it up to 3.1 million. Jack having nothing to do with his King 3. Yes, let's get these chatty cat emojis going again. I felt like the chatty cat all week. I really identify with this emote. If we had like a chatty butterfly, I think that would describe me perfectly. You can maybe get a reference from Argo, who knows me quite well, but I think he would agree that the chatty butterfly fits me super well. But they don't have that one, so we go with the chatty cat, close enough. So it opens at 2.6 million for Jack, and it is a full. Maybe blinds have now gone up to 600,000, 1.2 million. It looks like they probably did because we have different sizings going on than we had earlier on. And the blinds will go up a bit faster. They will sneak up on us now that it is 30-minute blind levels. We started the day with 1 hour blind levels. So the blinds, it does look like it went up to 600,000, 1.2 million, because Marcello had to put an extra 100,000 in for the small blind. Then we see 1.2 million there in front of Jack, who gets a walk with the 10-8. No reason for Marcello to really play his 4 deuce. If he's going to be folding some hands, he should be folding those kind of hands. This is from right now. If we're going to be very specific, Red Luigi, it's actually from 30 minutes ago because we're on a 30-minute delay, so we can check out the whole cards. It gives us a better idea of how players are playing. We did have some fun yesterday when it was 9-handed during the mystery bounty. We had an amazing angle of the table, so we got to do some old school commentating without whole cards, and that was actually a lot of fun. But we know that you guys want to see the whole cards, so we do have a 30-minute delay. And it does make my job a little bit easier as well, but I'm happy doing it either way. But meanwhile, we have an open for Jack to 2.6 million, only to flop top pair on the Jack 5-4, 2-spade flop. He has a spade in his hand to boot, and Jack with the bottom pair with his ace-4 suited. Another spade on the 5 of spades turn, so it's 2 pair now for Marcello. And after it going check, check, it's possible that if Marcello bets that Jack is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. I mean, he has the bottom pair. He's basically going to have to put him on a Jack or a 5. But let's see. As expected, he will call. It's oh, he's not calling. He's doing something else. Doing something in terms of a raise. It looks like to about 4 million. It is to 4 million. And top pair with a semi-strong flush draw to boot. It's really 2 pair, but matched up with the Jack. Marcello does like to play his hands hard, and it looks like he comes back with a 3-bet to 12 million. Making his move. We see he's good. Does Jack think he's good? Jack would be drawing just to an ace or a 4, and if that ace was a spade, it would also give Marcello a flush. And Jack does fold, and look at these chip counts. It's literally even at this standpoint. So back to where we started. Nice run there, Dave.
ricordano possibile.
Oh ho, thank you for the update, Party Poker TV. Down to just 31 hopefuls. If this heads up can be stretched out a little bit, maybe we can announce the winner on the stream. That's my hope. I want a really long heads up match. I do love to watch heads up poker because you don't get to play it that often. I mean, if you're playing massive field MTTs, to get down to 2 players, it is where the biggest money is on the line. But it is a spot where you practice the least in real time. And Valkyrie in the money as well. Very nice. Been with us since the beginning, so good to see some of the loyal Party Poker TV followers running deep in this free roll, or at least cashing like Dave did. And is Marcin still with the chip lead? So Jack opening up with the Jack 5. The blinds in the back end, they're still showing $500,000, $1 million. That's not going to affect things too much in heads up play, but we'll keep that in mind if the stacks get shorter. But meanwhile, Jack flopping the world here, the Jack 8 with the trips. Marcello may want to stick around with his Queen 5 backdoor flush draw. May think his Queen is actually good at this standpoint. Marcello has a few different gears. I'm not surprised to see him call. And the 6 of spades on the turn, so there's nothing Marcello can improve to that would pull ahead of Jack. He checks again. And now if Jack bets, we're looking likely at a fold for Marcello, unless he's going to be playing some leveling wars against his opponent. So it does give up on the hand, and Jack back with a small chip lead. Poker's most popular game just got better. You gotta check this out. There's millions of multipliers. Probably just thousands, but we can exaggerate a little bit for the stream, and prize pools up to 1.2 million in the spins overdrive. I'm loving the retro graphics of that game, and for those of you that have been watching since the beginning, we have talked a lot about the spins overdrive, but it is something truly special because it is unique that the multipliers can really be anything. It's basically going up, 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 up until it stops. So it's not a wheel spinning. It's not a magic box that you're picking. You have these awesome retro graphics. I played one for fun. I had a 2.76 multiplier. I think I could do better than that. Didn't win it, so it wouldn't have mattered if it was a little bit higher. So a little more than a min raise for Jock from the button. And it's 1.3 million to call for Marcello, but he's probably going to do more than that with the ace queen. He's sizing up a 3-bet. Up to 6 something. To 6 million exactly. And it wouldn't be the right timing, most likely, for Jack to do a 4-bet bluff, which you do see sometimes in heads-up play. This deep, you could even potentially sometimes see 5-bet bluffs, but I don't see that necessarily happening today. Doesn't look like he's ready to go anywhere from in position. He's counting out the 4 million more he has to call. The 3-bet was a 6.5, not just a 6. And does call. So 14 million in the pot. Jack and 5 are both live and did flop a flush draw instead on the King 4-6 flop. Marcello with no hearts in his hand, but still is technically ahead with his ace high. But we see with Jack both having the Jack and 5 live along with the flush draw is marginally ahead equity-wise. And a bet of 2.5 million, so not a large one into a 14 million chip pot. And easy call for Jack. He could have raised there as well. He has some backdoors, but now those backdoors are all closed, and the board pairing can be a little bit scary for him. Is Marcello going to fire again? Indeed, he will. And not for very much, just for 5 million. So less than 1/3 of the pot again. Basically pricing on a call here. If it was a little bigger, Jack would have had a little more to think about it and lets him get there. The 10 of hearts on the river, the checkmark to Jack with the flush. Marcello, with just showdown value at this point in time, has the unconnected nuts, meaning nothing connected with him on the board, but his ace and queen would provide the best hand that didn't connect. And checks it over to Jack. Does not continue with the aggression on the river. Possibly ready to give up now with the 3rd heart coming out. But we might see him call something. And it looks like a big bet incoming. Maybe not that big, but I'm guessing at least half the pot. Oh, it's bigger than that. I think that's 20 million coming in. Well, it says 1.5 million, but that can't be right. It's 15 million. So about half the pot. I was right the first time. And Marcello, he may not be ready to give up. Ace Queen was very strong pre-flop. If he doesn't think Jack connected at all with the board, doesn't put him on a pocket pair, then maybe he will hero call here. Would not work out very well for him. He kind of put himself in the spot with that small turn bet. Does lay it down though. And now Jack has a commanding 2-1 chip lead over Jack. Marcello though can still double up into the chip lead, so really anyone's game, but now Jack has a bit of breathing room. And here's a look at Jack. It's hard to really use some of these statistics because they've been playing for so long and they've gone from 8 down to 2, and heads up, you need to play so much wider than you do 8 max, and then everything in between, the ranges become wider and wider and wider that you should be playing as the field becomes smaller and smaller. Well, thank you for the rate of 1. We will take a rate of anything, so even 1 is nice. Thank you, Bad Cat, and welcome to our stream. Jack with the ace-9. Raise incoming from the small blind. So a little more than a min raise. And it looks like Marcello is ready to defend his king deuce from the big blind. And wonderful flop for Marcello. Flops the top pair. Backdoor flush draw for Jack. Marcello checks. Is Jack going to continue along with some continuation? And it is for 1.5 million, so 1/4 of the pot. And Marcello opting to call with his top pair. Four of spades pairing the board on the turn. Marcello checking again, Jack checking back, and now Jack definitely has a lot of showdown value after connecting with the 9. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has a king, but I do not expect him for a thin bet here. He would really just be targeting a 5. But he's reaching for some chips anyway. Perhaps sensing maybe I can get some value from a 5. It turns out that Marcello doesn't have a 5, but he has a king, and Marcello likely to call here. It's a bet of 4 million into a pot of 9. If Marcello was wrong and he calls, he still would have 20 big blinds. We see if he calls, he's right. But instead of calling, he just jams it in. Perhaps targeting a 9 himself. But for Jack, this has to be such a mind problem with Marcello randomly jamming at times. Does correctly give up. Marcello showing the king. But if he's not getting a call from ace-9, is he basically targeting? I'm not sure what he's targeting there with that shove. Marcello's shoving ranges on various streets is definitely more merged than mine is. But that doesn't mean that I'm correct and he is not. He is heads up for the title. I'm with you in the commentating booth. So someone is doing it right and someone is doing it wrong. Take care, Argo. Thanks for tuning in. I may reach out to you tonight, but it'll probably be tomorrow when I'm spending endless hours in Paris airport. May venture into Paris if I have the energy to do so, but likely we'll just stick it out in the airport. Love that Jocks is still all smiles. The smiles are even bigger from him when he's not at the table. Just a very cheerful, happy guy. And meanwhile, waking up with the ace-10, a very premium heads-up hand. Opening for, oh my God, what's happening here? Opening for 2.5 million, but Marcello waking up with the better ace with the ace-queen. We could have fireworks go off. Marcello never seems to be afraid to 3-bet. And it doesn't look like a small 3-bet either. We'll get an official count. About 8 million, so not small, not big. And Jack looking down, seeing ace-10, he's heads up. A very good heads-up hand. I don't see how he can get away from this. If he does, he preserves a lot of his stack. Does call, so 17 million in the pot. And oh no, this is gonna be fireworks. Both players flopping top pair and the 9 ace jack flop, 2 diamonds. Jack does have a backdoor nut flush draw. And it's a jam by Marcello. So it's another over jam by him. Not liking the wetness of the board perhaps. And can Jack get away? This is going to be awfully hard for him to get away, but still has some chance to win the pot even if he calls. Any 10, he can get a runner straight, runner flush. So although he is very behind, he is not necessarily out quite yet. But very difficult to get away from here, even with an overjam. Our Chicks wants you to fold. If we can go back 30 minutes in time, we can deliver that message. And once again, thinking things through, maybe he'll find a fold here. Do like that he is thinking this out. It is a tournament changing pot. And he makes the fold. Incredible. Maintaining the chip lead, recognizing that maybe his ace-10 wasn't good. Probably not sure at the moment if he made the correct fold, but when he looks back later at this hand, he will be thrilled. Very good awareness. I'm not sure I could have made that fold. And it seems like he knows because he's smiling still and feels quite good about himself. And Marcello telling him ace-queen. Whether or not Jacks believes him or not is a different question, but both players seem very friendly, and there's no reason to make up a hand because players will find out soon enough. And Jack rewarded with a walk after that amazing fold. I really don't think I can make that fold in heads-up play. Perhaps because they're still kind of deep, it has a lot of logic to it, but I just don't have it in me. The call button gets clicked very quickly in that spot even. So it was good he thought it out, understood his spot, that he's going to be behind more than he's ahead, perhaps, and made the correct results-oriented fold. So Jack opening again for 2.5 million with the 10-4 suited, and Marcello with a very strong hand in pocket sevens. The 3-bet is incoming. And Jack has to be beginning to wonder if he's being pushed around a little bit. Very entertaining heads-up affair. Jack folds, so stacks are back to very close to even, pretty much where we started this heads-up match. It's been back and forth, back and forth. And now look at that massive smile by Marcello. And it's good to see both players enjoying this spot, going heads up for the trophy. All the eyes are on both of you throughout the world. So live the moment, carpe diem for both players. And a lot of that is probably due to the fun week most of the players had. It's been like a family-friendly environment while players are competing for big sums of money. The crew at Party Poker has pulled out all the stops. There were some fun games going on in the lobby. Just friendly crew in general. 2 nights ago on Sunday evening, they had a ridiculous party in Club 22, which is on the 22nd floor, as you might imagine from the name of it, with beautiful panoramic views. I would need to get a side reporter in here in terms of the party. I did not attend because I saw how much fun it was and wanted to keep my voice for you guys. But meanwhile, nothing is going right for Jack lately. He opens up with a better hand than Marcello with the King 4, only for Marcello to connect with bottom pair. And Marcello check calling there, a small bet of 1.5 million. But look at this, Jack improving here with the King of Diamonds coming on the turn. And Marcello checking again. Will Jack continue now that he has some showdown value? Yes, he will. I think for 3 million this time, but let's get a count. It is for 3 million. And Marcello looking back down at his 9-8, perhaps checking if either of those cards is a diamond before quickly folding. And Jack picking up a little bit of room, not too much, in his chip lead. So time from Colorado, Handy from Detroit, Michigan. Michigan is one of the places where you can legally play online poker in the United States. Unfortunately, Colorado has not passed anything quite yet. Maybe they'll be next on the list. If you're curious where I'm from, I am originally from northern New Jersey, but I've lived all over the world. The last 20 or so years in Europe, the last 14 specifically in Lithuania. And Swart from Sweden. Valkyrie from Canada. So quite an international group here. I'm sure we have several from both Italy and Argentina as well. Due to the 2 nationalities we have, and I'm pretty sure we have some local flavor where we have some of the Maltese community tuning in as well. Supernova from the UK. Did live in the United Kingdom and London for a number of years. It was a great place to live during my single days. So it's Queen Jack versus Jack 3, and open by Marcello, a defend by Jack. Or do I have this wrong? It was a limp by Jack, apologies, and then a raise to 5.2 million, easy pull for Jack. And it's interesting, now we have small blind, big blind in the graphics, but the small blind is also the button. It can be referred to either way during heads-up affair. And thank you, Gaetano. Maybe we see you back. We don't know how long this heads-up match is, but Gaetano, the TV table dealer, doing a fantastic job all day. And welcome back, Francesca. But meanwhile, let's check out the future of spins. Once again, I'm waiting for some of you in chat to share what kind of multipliers you've been getting in these today, just so I can try to beat it when I'm home next week. I can't tell you what screen name yet I will be playing under because OptiBet Poker just opened on the Entain network, which is owned by Entain, has opened up in my country on the Party Poker network. So I'll be back at Party Poker. The one great thing about Party Poker, I mean, there's many great things about Party Poker, but the reason I actually personally like Party Poker the best is you can trust Party Poker. It's they're the most compliant in the industry, and nobody's even close. Their security department is also second to none, so you can feel very safe playing there. So looking forward to grinding some of those spins overdrive, probably get into some MTTs as well, and have the spins overdrive on the side. But I think I'm going to get hooked pretty fast on those. So Valkyrie with the higher of 2.86. Well, that beats my 2.84. That beats my 2.76. Maybe I could have the chat help me come up with a screen name. Some of you know me back from the online streets when I was running Pocket Fives, when that place still existed as Wacky Jackson. That screen name is already dead and buried at Party Poker because I don't think I can reuse it. Basically what happened was Party Poker exited Lithuania for some time just to make sure they were fully compliant in our country, and a few years later re-entered fully compliant with OptiBet having a Lithuanian license. Pretty much the only major site that is fully compliant in Lithuania on such a big level right now is OptiBet. There's others you can play that are maybe gray area, but we don't really want to be doing that. So very happy that OptiBet and Party Poker together are offering poker in the country that I reside in. Meanwhile, Marcello, now he's button again. This is good. We have button, small blind sometimes. It's all the same if it says D or SB in the bottom right corner of the graphics. It has the same exact meaning. It heads up affair. But most of you in the chat are already aware of that. But I like to be the master of the obvious. Maybe that's my screen name, Master of the Obvious, or Chatty Butterfly. I think both those two things are taken. But meanwhile, we have a raise to 4.8. Jack with a fairly strong hand of himself with the King-9 offsuit. Even though it was a 3x from the button, with blinds now increased to 800,000, 1.6 million. I don't expect him to go anywhere. And does call, or is it a 3-bet? It looks like a call though. So both players with live cards, and this is a sick flop for Marcello. Not only did he hit with bottom pair, but has the flush draw to boot, reducing the number of outs for Jack to get there with this King-9. Although Jack did actually flop middle pair, so apologies for that. It was a decent flop for him too. So we could see some action here. It was a check bet call for 2.5 million. And a blank to a diamonds on the turn. Another check by Jack. Is Marcello going to bet again? It checks through, so Marcello gets a free look at a river. Perhaps he will get there. Nope, it wasn't. It was a bet. We see those chips there. We do not see a river card yet. A bet of 10 million and a fairly quick call by Jack. So this pot has gotten bloated fast. Both players with about a pot-sized bet behind. And the 8 of spades on the river, so Jack ahead with the second pair. Marcello was second to bottom pair, bricked his flush draw. This does check through, and now Jack pads his chip lead and has a 2-1 advantage over Marcello Favaloro. Would it be wrong of me, Supernova, for me to figure out a screen name to use that involves a little bit of the winner's name? Maybe we go down that route. Then we will remember this heads-up battle for a very long time. It looks like just a completion by Jack with the 10-3. Marcello not wanting to add to the pot with just 4 high, and who can blame him? And the 8-8-9 on the flop. Let's see, it goes check, check. And Jack firing out. There's no reason for Marcello to stick around. We could see Jack is ahead, but he's just happy to take down the pot, not knowing if he's ahead. The players seem very relaxed for a 59,000 euro heads-up match. Both players locking up 85,100 euro to tonight's winner, going home with 144,100. I'm 98% sure that no deal was even discussed. And Marcello with a premium hand, pocket nines from the button. And opening for 3.8 million, Jock just getting out of the way with 10-5. We were joking about this hand when Matt Staples was in the booth before, that 10-5 is maybe the perfect hand. You can make any possible straight with 10-5, and you can even make 2 flushes with it. Therefore, 10-5 offsuit might even be better than 10-5 suited, but if you don't get my sarcasm and sense of humor, please don't consider 10-5 a premium hand. A king for Jack. And Bleat completes. Marcello more than happy not to add once again, this time with the 9-5 off. And not the worst flop at all for Jack. He's probably not going to get too much action, but flopping top 2 with his king 6, he will be continuing for a min bet of 1.6. Marcello snap folding. And is up to 80 million. That's the most we've seen by any player throughout the day. So Jack now gaining all the momentum. Welcome, Mike Slayer. I haven't seen you in the chat this week, so thank you for joining us. Much love to you as well. You've come at a good time because we are heads up for the title. And it's been quite an interesting heads-up battle, I have to say. Both of these players worthy of the title. And Marcello raising his ace to 3.8. Jack will likely toss away his 9-5. Indeed, he does. And not only that, Mike Slayer, this is the Party Poker Live Malta Grand Prix with a 1 million guarantee. The prize pool grew a little bit more than that with 2,237 runners getting into the action. But these two players have already locked up 85,100 euros. So maybe that's why they're a little bit relaxed. But they've been enjoying their experience the whole day. And tonight's winner will go home with 144,100. So you're witnessing a 59,000 euro heads-up affair, no deal made, in a 550 buy-in tournament. Now I'm going to check out the path that both these players came in on because I have that information now. And we know already how Jack came in. He was a passport winner who won his package pre-pandemic and has been just waiting for his time and made the right decision, obviously, to choose Malta. Meanwhile, Marcello qualified locally in Italy. He's a sports instructor, but also did qualify for this event. So neither of these players in for the 550, which is amazing. Their ROI is absolutely through the roof, regardless of where they finish up today. So Marcello gaining a little bit back there, but still has his work cut out for him. If he doubles up, the stack sizes change almost exactly. And Supernova with the report, 15 left. So if we can drag this heads-up match just a bit longer, we'll be able to announce the winner in the stream, which I would absolutely love. Is anybody in the chat still in the final 15? A very tasty hand for Marcello and heads up. He's been getting some cards lately. Let's see what he opened his Queen Jack for. Opens for a min raise this time, and Jack going to defend his Jack 8, it seems. Does not look like a 3-bet, does look like a call though. So if it's a Jack high flop, it's going to spell trouble for Jack, assuming there's no 8 mixed in there. But instead, it's a Queen high flop, so now it's Marcello with the top pair. Jack really with not much at all, does have basically a runner-runner straight draw. He might think his 2 cards are live, but I think the obvious play when you're facing a bet, even if it's just 2 million into a pot of 8, unless you're able to play this hand out of position with a plan, we're likely to see him fold. And he tosses it away. So Marcello back up to 42 million. Go, 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 Marcin. 12 left, and you're among the 12. I need to scroll up to see if you mentioned what country you are from. I don't know if you were one of the people to pipe in there. But Marcin, if you let us know where you are from, it would be nice to know. And sorry to hear that, Bara. So Marcin has your chips, but let's still root on Marcin. That's poker, folks. I mean, we can be friends in the chat, but it's a battle at the tables. There's a lot at stake. So nice run for you. What did you collect for 14th place? You at least had to collect a tasty cash prize for that for free. A limp pot, and Jack going to continue on this King Jack board. Will work most of the time. And this time with his opponent just having 5 high. Easy takedown, denying any thin equity that his opponent had. So do love the style of both of these players during heads up. I would have a hard time playing either of these players. $49 for free. Not bad. Not bad at all, Bara. We could do a little math to figure out how many spins overdrives you can play if you just brick them all. So the lowest buy-in is 25 cents. So you can play 196 spin overdrives, lose every single one of them, and be no worse off than you are now. Or you can win one with a 240,000 multiplier, which would add up nicely. Barra, it's definitely top heavy. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, in this free roll that y'all are playing, don't think about the common logic of ICM. If you've studied ICM, if you make the final table, toss it out the window, just go for the package. It is so top heavy that it's almost like a winners take all satellite at a certain point. Of course there's pay jumps, so you may have some spots where you may want to think twice, but in general, go for the win. Because if you're going for the win and the other players are going for the pay jumps, your odds of getting that package go up by certain percentage points as well. And the package is where it's at. That's a 5,000 euro package up top, on top of the first place prize, that will be added to the winner. So wishing you all the best of luck. We know Marcin is in, so good luck to him. I think I made sense. You ignore ICM and you just play for the win. You're not playing for the pay jumps. I mean, you can be. I wouldn't be in that spot. I'd be definitely playing to make the money. If I had, let's say, 15 big blinds, I do want to make the money. But after that, it's all about the package.
Posso, mentre penso, giocare con le fiche prima di io sto chiedendo.
Marcello having a small chat with his rail. Both players with a decent rail.
Il problema è non riesco a stare fermo, ci posso fare più.
And Marcello with the suited 10-6 from the button. Was it a complete or a raise? I think a raise, actually. To 3.2 million, a min raise, and Jack with a 9-6, which is actually dominated by the 10-6, is ready to defend. And it's all spade flop. Neither player with spades, neither player connecting really remotely at all on this board. But that will not slow down Marcello, who will continue after opening up pre-flop, and this should work. A snap fold by Jack. The power of position, and Marcello now back to 44 million, so getting back into the mix. Marcin is now chip leader in the free roll. Absolutely epic. Come join us at our next stop in Dublin, October 31st and November 5th. Marcin may be joining us, compliments of this free roll, but you all can join us. There'll be plenty of satellites running for this event. I will be there. Not sure if I will be playing or if I will be doing something else, but either way, I plan to not miss the final party poker event of the year. And open by Jack to 3.2. Marcello snap 3-betting to 7.6 million out of position with a decent holding of king queen. Both of his heart and diamond are higher than his opponent's, but Jack getting out of the way. Stacks getting closer and closer to even once again. Love that the chatty cat is back again. Thank you, Giselle Brat and Supernova. The chatty cat is closest to what I am. If there was a chatty butterfly, that would really suit me perfectly. Jack pretending he's upset about the walk, but to get a walk with 9-5 is actually a good thing. Marcello opting not to play one of the worst hands in poker in 7 deuce. The only time 7 deuce is good is in a wicked cash game like the viral stream we had the other day where they play a 7 deuce 8 tray game. Then it can get quite interesting, but in a tournament 7 deuce, yeah, it doesn't need to be played. Look at that trophy. Looks like a raise is coming in with the 10-3 suited. A min raise and a call by Marcello, who also has a 3, but his other card is better than the 10 with the queen. But there's 2 diamonds on this 5, 6, 7 flop, so Jack with the flush draw. Marcello not really with too much going on here. Does check through to the 6 of spades turn, so the board pairing keeps Marcello ahead. And this time he's reaching for some chips. 2.9. It's an easy call for Jack with the flush draw. I know it's a paired board and all, but still his flush draw is usually live. Most of the time his 10 is also live. And oh my, it's a diamond on the river. 9 of diamonds completing the board, but can Jack get any value? It's Marcello to lead out. We've seen him do these weird jams. I shouldn't use the word weird, but we've seen him do jams that have actually worked, so they're not weird at all. But it's a check by him, so I don't think Jack will be able to get too much more out of Marcello this hand, despite improving to the flush. But he's gonna try. And the bet sizing does not matter because Marcello folded before it could be counted. So Jack picking up the pot, ending the momentum to some degree, back up to 73 million. So if you're just tuning in for the heads up match, this is Jason Glatzer, been with you all week long. It's been an absolute pleasure. I want to thank you all in the chat, especially those of you that have been here all 3 days that we've been streaming at the Party Poker TV Twitch channel, and those of you watching along on YouTube as well. You guys are the heroes. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you've been enjoying the action as much as I've enjoyed commentating it. And do absolutely love the Party Poker TV community that was built up over the years and years of amazing events held by Party Poker. Also, in addition to Supernova, who has been an amazing mod for the past 3 days, I want to send a shout out to someone truly special. Not that Supernova isn't special, she is very special, but there's someone else always behind the scenes that maybe doesn't get enough love, and that would be Colette. So Colette, I know that privately you know how much I appreciate you, but now everybody in the world knows how amazing I think you are. So amazing to see you again, Colette, and hope everything is good back home. But she is always behind the scenes, dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure everybody's in line. Super friendly person as well, and a hero in the industry. So thank you very much to Colette, who deserves every little bit of love that she's getting right now. But meanwhile, look at this. Wow. We have an open by Jack with the min-raise ace-queen, flopping top pair on the 2-queen-4 flop, but Marcello defending, gets bottom pair and a flush draw. This could be fireworks. Both players having a massive piece of this board. You could see the equities are 50-50 at this standpoint. It is anyone's pot. And Marcello checks. A 1.7 million bet by Jack and a call by Marcello. A blank 8 of spades on the turn does not help either player. Jack still ahead with the top pair, top kicker. Marcello checking again. Jack is getting ready to fire out again. And it's a bet of 5 million, so about 1/3 of the pot. Marcello can't go anywhere, but is this going to be the point where he does his specialty move of an overjam, or is he going to play it safe and just call? Looks like he's counting out a call. I wouldn't have minded to see him do his specialty move on the flop, but on the turn he has far less equity. Probably realizing the same and makes the call. And the 7 of hearts on the river, so Jack wins the pot. He would not be folding to a jam with the ace-queen. Let's see if he tries to get some more value. Marcello may even call to some value with the bottom pair, even after bricking the flush draw. But Jack may check behind as well. The pot already has 21 million in it. Let's see how he approaches this spot. And jamming the lot. It's not as big a jam as you think, as Marcello just has a pot-sized bet behind, a little bit more, and putting Marcello to the test. Can Marcello understand how dominated he is at this point after bricking the flush draw? Or is he putting his opponent on a draw himself, or just some relentless aggression with air? Because he's only beating air at this point. Most aces that didn't connect with the board would have been happy to check back. And Marcello, deep in thought. It is a spot to think about. I'm not saying that this is an easy decision by any means in a heads-up match. And does make the call. Oh my God. Showing a lot of heart. Just didn't make the right read on the final hand, and we have a winner. Congratulations to Jack Blitt from Argentina, our passport winner, for winning the Party Poker Millions Malta Grand Prix for 144,100. The Argentinian rail going crazy with the vamos. We can do a vamos shout out for you too, but absolutely amazing. Marcello, big smiles, nothing to be ashamed of there. You played your heart out. You would have been a well-deserving winner as well, and you have 85,000 reasons to be happy because the runner-up prize is 85,100. But I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and special thanks to 24H Productions, everybody there providing the quality stream. It doesn't sound like I'm going to get all my thank yous out, but thank you to Party Poker, of course. Thank you to Portomasso Casino. You guys in the chat have been absolutely legendary, but thank you to everyone. No time to thank you all. And let's take in the moment and see you at our next event at Party Poker Millions Dublin from October 31st to November 5th. And Marcin, best of luck in the free roll and anybody else in it. Much love to you all, and see you next time.
Estoy
our winner, Chuck. Congratulations, Chuck. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm in heaven.
You're in heaven. You're in heaven.
I don't understand nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. It was too quickly.
Too quickly.
For me, well, I enjoyed so.
We all watched you. You were very good. Chuck, are you able to tell us how this started? Remember, did you win a package, didn't you?
Yes, we won a package with our friends and
Before COVID.
before COVID, so we went to Malta to play poker with the package, of course.
All of this is from the package?
From the package.
Wow, congratulations. Well deserved. Bravo. Complimenti. Thank you. Well done. And now our second place. Un abbraccio. Second place, come ti senti?
Arrabbiato, pensavo che fosse a colore, che fosse in bluff. E quindi comunque è stato.
Oh, sorry, we're going to restart.
English? In
No,
English?
well, we can say it in, do you know how to speak English?
Yes,
I can translate as well if you have difficulty.
No, I can speak English.
Okay, that's fine. Marcello.
Okay.
And here we have our second place, Marcello. Congratulations, Marcello. How are you feeling?
Yes, I feel good, but I was okay.
You were
Was a
upset, you
battle.
said,
Was a
because you
battle.
you misread the colors, you said.
Yes, it was a hero call. It was a hero call because I was thinking that it was going in flush.
In a flush, okay.
Yes, so for me it was a hero call.
It's still an amazing win. Second place is still an amazing win. It's not too
Oh,
far
it's-
from
it's
primo
good.
posto anyway.
It's good,
still
it's
buono.
good to
It's
say.
great.
It's good.
Congratulazioni.
It's all a joke.
It's all a game.
It's
It's all
all
a
a
game.
game,
Dai,
okay.
it's all a
It's all
game.
a game.
Va bene, Marcello, grazie mille and
Grazie,
thank you very
grazie.
much.
Bacio.
Have a good day. Bravo. Okay. Now you want to do photos?